Discovery, go and throttle up.
Lessons learned in flight, journey on through endless night. For the stars, we aim so high. The poor jet did kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Orbit dreams won't be delayed. Lessons learned from missions made. Kerbal Kind will forge a path to the stars beyond this path. For the stars, we aim so high. The poor jet did kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Keep flying through the light.
What's going on, everybody? How you doing? We're gonna do welcome to the space and moon landing review. We're gonna do space news a little bit earlier today because we got a moon landing on the books. The Hakuto RM2 mission from iSpace is scheduled to land in about 3 hours. We're inside of 3 hours. 3:17 p.m. So I figure we'll do space news early, and then we can work on the car a little bit later. It is also scorchingly hot outside here, and yeah, I'm gonna wait until the sun goes down to do any work. How's everybody doing? That metal roof. Yeah, today's gonna suck. That's gonna suck a lot. I mean, if it's too hot in the garage, it's too hot in the garage. We still gotta get work done. So, did I see that the president confirmed Jared was Elon's choice? Yeah. Hope the grocery shopping was successful. I did, in fact, do the grocery shopping, yes. It's 80 in Newport. Dude, it is 85 in Plymouth right now. There's not a cloud in the sky, and it's toasty out there. Does a ventilator help with the heat? How bad is the humidity? Scratch that. It's 88. It went up. It's 88 in 88 Fahrenheit, 31 C in Plymouth, 47% humidity. So humidity isn't too bad, but it is toasty. Yeah, tomorrow it's gonna be a little cooler. It's gonna rain. It's gonna rain tomorrow, so yeah, tomorrow will probably be better for working on the shop. Gonna be good through the weekend. That's nice. Way too hot. It's 31 C with 47% humidity. It's pretty toasty. Grocery, a beautiful old-fashioned word that nobody knows. Yeah. So, what Dispassionate Joe, what do we got? Where's the new news for that for regarding Isaacman? Where'd you hear that from? I'm actually asking for source. I have not looked into it yet. Is Booster 16 having a test? It is out on the pad, guys. Just on a side note, take a look. This is a live shot from our buddies over at NSF. That's the Starbase, now Starbase Live. The booster was moved. It is out there. You can't find anything, Grav. Yep. And then the roadblock is in place. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Is the road closure for the beach. So that's we got a long window. That's why I decided to do space news early, because it's probably going to happen. Like, I don't want to be under the car welding and then have the static fire happen. You know what I mean? There's too much space stuff today. Not a bad problem to have. RE President. Okay, let's read. So we'll start off space news talking about stuff that we don't want to talk about. But the real reason for doing space news a little bit earlier is this. iSpace has the Hakuto RM2 mission, circling the moon, scheduled for landing, like I said, at 3:17 p.m. Eastern. So that's 2 hour 45 from now. Jim, I think We choose, you say we choose to land on the moon. We choose to land on the moon sideways, just like all the other things. I think we should actually listen to that speech today. How I ended space news last night got me thinking. Maybe we should listen to that today. Listen, if you, I don't know if you guys have ever heard that whole speech. It's pretty damn good. Yeah, I have the auto mod happen when somebody mentions the president, because I mean I approve it if it's okay, but most of the time, if it's not contributing to discussion, I have it flag it on purpose. The Rice speech, that's right. Yep. Okay, so this article is from June 1st. So yeah, Joe, dissipating Joe, where did you find this? Prior associations appear to cost a billionaire the chance to be the NASA administrator. This is a Guardian article. I just didn't see it look like a double cent. Yep. We should listen to every president's space speech and rate them on a tier list. It's actually not the worst idea. Yeah. Kennedy has the number one. It's not even close. And then if I've listened to a lot of them, guys. I'd probably put Reagan behind him. Yeah. Reagan's speeches about the early parts of the shuttle, like during the early parts of the shuttle program, are pretty friggin' good. They're pretty good. They're not Kennedy tier, but they're pretty good. And then I would call the rest of the speeches lukewarm. Like they're all right. A date which will live in infamy. Well, that's Pearl Harbor. That's not about space, but yeah, that's a good speech. Does the speech from Independence Day count? Sure. Why not? You guys know that didn't happen, right? Does, Splash test. I think people need to hear it. I think the reason why people need to hear it is because it's not necessarily a good time to be a spaceflight fan right now. It's full of, forgive this, it's full of a lot. It's a roller coaster. It's full of a lot of ups and downs. I think it's important to hear the difference, and I think it's important for people to see, especially after what I said yesterday, to see why a national space program is important. Because yeah, during Space News yesterday, I did a whole opinion piece, right, about how about why NASA needs to exist and why it needs to get back to doing stuff like Apollo. And it was met with a lot of skepticism. Not a lot. The vast majority of people here were like, "Yep," but some people didn't agree. And I think that it would probably be pertinent, maybe before a moon landing, to listen to it. So we'll do that a little bit later in the show. Did you see this? Unlikely suspect caught red-handed over failed rocket launch in Bowen. An unlikely suspect has emerged during the investigation into the technical issue that caused the first Australian-made rocket launch to be delayed. This is from Gilmore in Australia. Oh, yeah. Gilmore posted a picture of a cockatoo nibbling on the wire harness on the launch pad. That's funny. Good stuff. When's the landing? We got a couple of hours. 2 hour 45. That's pretty funny, dude. Yeah, I can't see me, I know. There isn't a whole lot of space news to cover right now, like not a lot going on. There's only just what's going on with Rook and whatnot. And then we have, I want to keep an eye on the roadblock here. The booster on now Starbase Live. Booster 16 is out on the pad. They're doing something out there, and the roadblock's up. So we might be seeing a static fire soon. Is there a live stream of those moon pictures from the lander? I don't know when the live stream will pick up. Let me take a look. Live stream begins tentatively on X on June 6th. Oh, yeah, Japanese Standard Time. 3:10 Japanese Standard Time. 14:10. So in about an hour and 45. So it begins roughly an hour before the landing. Now, Starbase Live. Yeah, today, yeah, here, just on a side note, actually, I'll just do this on the thing. Yeah, today is the, there you go. 60 years ago, Ed White did the first American EVA in space. Yep. You want to know how he maneuvered around? An air gun, a pneumatic gun, to shoot in different directions. Basically, handheld RCS to maneuver around away from the spacecraft. There you go. Want to hear something crazy? Just on a quick side note, this is for the people that are in their 30s. Ed White was like 35 when he did that. It's pretty good, man. Pretty good. Pretty good. Did he have some trouble closing the hatch after the EVA? I don't remember off the top of my head, Space Ghost. All of the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo astronauts had balls of steel. That's right. It takes a lot of balls to get out of your spacecraft with just a tether and no life support. You're connected into the life support systems on the capsule. That's what all these wires are. There's the structural tether or the mechanical tether, and then you have life support. It takes a lot of balls to do that. Back then they had a lot of risk tolerance. I don't think it, yeah, I mean, spoiled. I don't think it's necessarily that. I think that, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I think that everybody knew the risks involved here. Like, they knew how serious this actually is. Like, it's not like, oh, you just get out of your spacecraft now, it's fine. There's no doubt that Ed White knew what was going on here and knew how dangerous this actually could get, you know? All right, Joe. Dissipating Joe, what do you got here? But yeah, 60 years ago. All right, what is this? This is from Steven Crowder, okay. Donald Trump just confirmed the Axios report from Mark Caputo on Elon's sudden opposition to the bill. He's upset because we took the EV mandate. Okay. He's worn the hat that the president was right about everything, and I'm right about the great big beautiful deal. Okay. Elon recommended someone to run NASA who happened to be totally Democrat. We don't need to go through the motions, guys. Nothing additional needs to be said here. I think that those statements speak for themselves. No, you clicked the link from a political commentator, not a space commentator. Wait, I mean, don't have any problem with what Steven Crowder reported in that post. I mean, he's a right-wing pundit, no doubt, but what was wrong? What was wrong with his posts? Are we trying to imply that somehow those statements are out of context? When did that moon landing thing launch? I don't remember it launching. It launched at the beginning of the year, Flykin. Hokuto RM2 flies on a BLT. Ballistic lunar trajectory. No, there's no sandwiches involved, but there might be. I think they're doing some food experiments, actually, so there might be. It's possible. Sandwich. So the ballistic lunar trajectory basically puts the spacecraft on a trajectory where it flies on such it puts the apogee out past the moon. The apogee of the orbit basically hits the moon's kind of sphere of influence, so to speak, on the far side. So on the far side of the moon. With this ballistic lunar trajectory, you're looking at an extremely low energy trajectory. Extremely low energy. Like, yeah, it's going to take a long time to get there, but you don't need as much delta V to get there. So the apogee gets placed on the far side of the moon, and basically the thing's floating out near its apogee when the moon kind of comes by, and the moon gravity pulls it in. Because it has such a slow relative speed when it enters the moon's sphere of influence, right? It enters the moon SOI with an extremely low paraloon. So it's basically, when the moon pulls it in, because it's going so slow, it's almost falling like directly at the moon. So on its suborbital trajectory, the paraloon, the lowest point in its lunar orbit, is very, very close to the surface. Because of this, you're awarded an extremely low amount of delta V required for circularization. And then if you utilize Oberth from there, just burning on the paraloon every time, you slowly lower your orbit to circularize. This is an example of an extremely low energy transfer and low energy circularization. What does that mean? Low energy, like what? It just doesn't have a lot of power? Well, yeah, essentially. What it lacks in power, it makes up for in efficiency. It's utilizing the gravitational perturbations of Earth and the moon to the fullest extent to be able to basically get out there with less delta V, with less fuel. But the trade-off there is that it takes more time. You really wouldn't see humans transferring with a low energy orbit like this. You contrast that to Apollo, which got there in 3 days. Hokuto has taken 6 months. That's the difference here. But the amount of delta V required, you obviously the Hokuto RM2 was actually launched on a rideshare mission. I believe it was with Blue Ghost, the Ghost Riders in the Sky mission, if I'm remembering correctly. It was rideshared Falcon 9 on a Falcon 9, just a regular old Falcon 9, and that shows the difference in delta V. You can have a much smaller rocket with a bigger, lower energy transfer if you have the time. The Apollo mission, on the other hand, did not have the time. Well, why didn't have the time? Why do you need such a big rocket? You needed such a big rocket because your life support systems only last so long. The entire mission, and in that regard, the entire mission is scaled around your environmental control and life support systems, right? You need a high energy transfer so you could get out to the moon fast. So you could spend some time on the moon and then come home so you don't run out of air on the spacecraft. That's kind of important. Might be important. Yeah, your environmental control and life support systems, or ECLIS for short. So it's in Earth orbit, it burns, it pushes its orbit out to the moon, but instead of going straight from Earth to moon orbit, you retro burn when close to the moon. No retro burn is required here. I'll show you. Okay, so you have Earth right here, and then you have the moon. Well, that's a little too far. You have the moon right here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, you have Earth and Mun. Okay, so how this happened, Falcon 9 put this thing into an orbit like this. Actually, it was more of an orbit like that. So this is called an eccentric orbit, right? So the eccentric orbit is when the PE or perigee is closer to Earth, right? And then your AP is out here. Now, what's AP in PE? So PE and AP stand for periapsis and apoapsis. It's derived from Greek. It essentially means the fastest and slowest points in your orbit. Okay, so if you're in an eccentric orbit like this, Earth's gravity is going to pull you back in, and you will be going the slowest at apogee. You're also going the high. That's also the point where you're the highest, right? At AP, right? PE is the fastest point in your orbit, but it's also the lowest. Okay, so Falcon 9 put Hakuto RM M2 into an orbit like this. So there's an effect in orbital mechanics called the Oberth effect. All right, because you're going faster at perigee, if you burn and say this is the direction of orbit, okay, we're orbiting counterclockwise here. Okay, if you burn in the direction that you're going, so your burn is going that way at perigee, so you burn what's called posigrade. So going in the direction that you're going, you burn, your rocket engine is going to accelerate you. Tank farm. I'm going to put that up there. Your tank farmer's burning. Fire X test. That was a Fire X test on the OLM. Hold up. See? Interesting. All right, I'll let you guys know. So if you burn in the posigrade direction or prograde direction, you could use either one. If you fire your engines back, like from where you came from, and you accelerate this way, right? You're going to raise your AP. So what Hakuto RM2 is doing, now compare that. That's going to say that costs to raise your AP by, I don't know, 500 miles. All right. Let's say the new orbit is up here somewhere. Right. If you do that over here, because you're going faster, right? Your net speed is faster. It's more efficient. Because if you burned at AP when you're going slow, that's going to push the PE this way. You don't need to push the PE high to get out of a planet's sphere of influence, okay? So pushing here is not very efficient. You're not going to need to circularize up here. You're trying to get to the moon. So what the thing has been doing over the last 6 months is just boosting its orbit and boosting its orbit and boosting its orbit and boosting its orbit. By utilizing the Oberth effect. Every once in a while, when it whips through perigee at high speed, or periapsis. Now, what's the difference in those names? Periapsis is the lowest point in orbit around a celestial body. These names have suffixes to them, depending on what you're orbiting around. So, because I think the Greek name for Earth is like Gaia or something. It's perigee and apogee. On the moon, it would be Paraloon and Apollune, because the moon is Luna. Or you could say Paracynthian and Apocynthian, depending on which Greek god you like, or Roman god, whatever. Right? So Hakuto R has been gradually increasing its orbit. These burns, because you're already going fast, because you're whipping through perigee at high speed, don't take a lot of delta V. It's maybe like I don't know, 10 meter a second burn. Not a lot. Eventually, you boost your orbit out further and further. As the AP gets further away from Earth's gravitational sphere, right, it gets easier and easier to push it out because you're further out of Earth's gravity well. So if gravity is visualized like a funnel, right, it's tougher to move AP when you're down here. It's way easier to move it out here because gravity logarithmically falls off. Or not logarithmically, it exponentially falls off, right? The further you get out of the grav well, right, It looks, because it looks kind of like, think about a tornado. It's wider at the top, right? The further you get out of the grav well, the easier it is to change, to perturb the your orbital parameters. So it's easier to change your orbit when you're up high, right? So that same 10 meter a second burn would maybe raise the AP, I don't know, 500 miles or something, or let's just say 500 kilometers. A 10 meter a second burn with your perigee low and apogee okay, like in a slightly eccentric orbit, will move your AP, I don't know, 500 kilometers up. That same 10 meter a second burn, because you're further out of Earth's grav well, will push your, out here, will push the AP up exponentially. So what would move 500 kilometers here would move like 5,000 kilometers out here. Now, keep in mind, Earth's grav well is, visualized like this, and then the moon is 1/6 the gravity, so its grav well kind of looks like that, right? So Kudo RM2 has been boosting its orbit higher and higher and higher and higher and higher and higher and higher, right? Until its orbital trajectory, like here, the moon's, let's draw out the moon's orbital path. So the moon is orbiting around Earth, and let's say that's its orbital path, right? And then the moon is going this way, right? So they've been pushing the orbit and pushing the orbit and pushing the orbit. And they've been pushing till the AP gets out here somewhere. Now that's not an ellipse. That looks like a sausage. Okay, so it needs to be elliptical. So they've been pushing the orbit, so the AP is way out past the moon. The distance between Earth and the moon is about 249,000 miles. I don't know what that is in metric. I don't remember. That's like 400,000 kilometers, I think. So it's a long way out there. But the AP is way out there. It's almost at escape velocity. So remember, each time the thing goes through perigee, because you did that burn, right, your AP is higher and you fall further back down towards Earth, okay? So you're going through perigee at higher and higher speed. Eventually, you'll hit escape velocity if you keep doing this, right? Eventually, you'll hit escape velocity, okay? But they don't do that. It's just shy of entering solar orbit, basically breaking Earth's grav well, right? It's just shy. So when the lander gets out there, all right, so remember I told you the moon's gravitational well, the moon's grav well kind of looks something like this, comparatively to Earth's, which is 6 times as big. Why? Earth is 6 times the mass. More mass is more gravity. That's relativity in a nutshell. So like your mom has way bigger gravitational pull. I had to make the joke. If I'm not going to make it, somebody's going to, all right? Anyway, it's not exactly 6 times. It's a little more complicated than that, but you get the idea. So why did it mute? That's weird. OBS just decided to mute itself. I don't know. Coder, 41-month resub. So, okay. So, its trajectory is out here somewhere, right? And then by the time the moon comes in, right, it's out here before the moon even comes by. Because remember what I said, at AP or at apogee, when your perigee velocity is close to escape velocity, all right? When you're at AP, your relative speed is basically nothing. Your relative speed is very close to nothing. Like, think about if you like have a tennis ball and you threw a tennis ball up in the air, it's going to stay up there for a second and then it'll come back down. But if you throw it higher, its flight time is going to be a lot longer. And the time that it stays up there for a second is going to be a lot longer. It's space kind of works like that, except with less atmospheric perturbations. So, I mean, we're talking about a loiter time at the highest point of maybe like a fraction of a second difference when you're just throwing a ball up there. But when you're like a million miles away from Earth, you kind of sit out there for a second, then Earth will pull you, eventually it'll pull you back in. But what happens is the moon comes into play. It's kind of sitting out there almost still, and then the moon will come and its gravity will pull it in. So the trajectory would look something like this. It'll look something like that. Now, depending on how they did it, let me look at that footage real quick. Let me see if we can get a good idea of what type of orbit this thing is in. I'm not sure which crater that is. That is the close side of the moon. But if we can figure out exactly what crater that is, we could figure out the direction of its orbit, and I could figure out Paracynthian from there. It's yeah, this is pretty easy to spot. It looks like, if I'm looking at this camera right, and I think hang on. It's definitely the close side. All right, so how do I know it's the close side of the moon from this footage? Well, the close side of the moon carries what's called the lunar lowlands. All right, see these darker gray areas? Those are called lunar basaltic regions. The long story short is that the lunar basaltic regions are the result of getting peppered by something gigantic. Something hit the moon a long time ago. We don't know if it was Earth. It may have been, maybe, probably. Something really freaking big hit the moon, and the collision caused a lot of soil to heat up. Basically, like a lot of heat was generated from the friction of two gigantic celestial bodies hitting each other. We don't know if it was Earth. Probably was. Hard to say. So basically what happened is the moon got superheated from getting basically slapped across the face really, really hard with a gigantic rock. And that, one, it deposited a lot of crap on the surface of the moon, which, hey, back to it. Thank you for the bits. Appreciate it, man. And it also superheated this side of the moon, which is why it looks kind of scorched. That's why you see those darker gray areas. And that actually screwed up the moon's center of gravity to an extent. The center of gravity is not in the geographic center of the moon. That's why the moon, one side of the moon, is constantly facing us. It's called being tidally locked. One side of the moon is really thick. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The far side of the moon is the part that didn't get slapped with a gigantic, space brick. That part is less dense. That's the lunar highlands that are on the far side of the moon. Though that part is less dense than the close side. So the close side, because Earth's trying to pull it in, the moon eventually pendulumed, right? And the denser side of the moon wound up trying to go into Earth's grav well, but the relative velocity keeps it in orbit. Fun fact, differential center of gravity from the geographic center of the moon, or any celestial body, creates a precession effect, which means like the moon kind of weeble wobbles around. Earth does the same thing. Earth, because of plate tectonics, Earth did get slapped with things over the years, like Chicxulub 6 million years ago, like the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs. That was nothing compared to whatever hit this, right? The Earth kind of weeble wobbles around, but it's for different reasons. The Earth weeble wobbles around because the center of the planet there's so much gravity, so much pressure that it superheats things. So we have an iron nickel core that's just kind of churning and bubbling all the time. And that's kind of the reason like why volcanoes erupt. And what we are, we're on the cool crust of this gigantic iron nickel jello mold. So if you think about a jello mold, it wiggles around. That's what Earth is doing. We don't notice it because we're too small to notice it. Except when a volcano goes off, or we saw that video the other day of the fault line breaking, right? So, yeah, we know that this orbit is on the lunar lowlands, and that was a little bit of a thing into the lunar lowlands. If you look, obviously something big hit it right here. See how dark it is? Because, spoiler alert, when you get hit with something at a planetary scale like that, it generates tons of heat. And that's why the moon has volcanic activity. Or seemingly volcanic activity. It has volcanoes on it, but it's not volcanoes like what happens here on Earth. The core of the moon isn't churning and bubbling like Earth's is. The moon has volcanic activity because the soil got superheated because something hit it. Okay? So, a little bit on lunar geology there. How do I know all this? My cousin's a geologist, and she really likes space, and we talk about this stuff all the time. Literally any family gathering. Hey, lunar regolith is pretty cool. Lunar regolith is pretty cool. I can talk to nobody about this. Cool, teach me. All right. Geologists like talking about rocks. Go figure. That's weird. Did the impact happen before the moon achieved tidal locking? Yeah. Yeah, in fact, it had to. It had to have, because the moon wouldn't be tidally locked if it didn't have all this crap deposited on one side. So, we know this is the close side of the moon. Now, what direction are we going in here? What direction are we going? Well, we got to figure out what we're looking at here. That looks like Marcritium. And then you see the scar marks in the Langrenus region here. See that? That's what that looks like. It looks like Marcritium. And then the scar marks right there. And then there's a ring of basaltic lowlands around it, and 4 more bigger craters going to the north or to the side of that, opposite the scarring mark. So I could be wrong. Like, I don't think it's Marcritium because there's not enough lowlands around it. It's the Plato crater. Yes, that does look more accurate. Yep. It's near Mare Frigoris up here on the northern parts of the moon. So, yeah, that's definitely it. You got 2 lowland regions, a huge lowland crater right there. Okay, so let's figure out where it's going. Yeah, that's definitely it. You got slight highlands just below the crater right there. So, okay, what can we extrapolate from this? Where is it going? So it's going from this mark, it's going that way. That's a retrograde orbit around the moon. It's a retrograde polar orbit, though, interestingly enough. So the orbit looks to be going this way. So we got a retrograde orbit. So how does that play in? Well, the moon, while being tidally locked, it does spin a little bit. It's just spinning at a rate of 1 spin per revolution, right? So the moon relative to the sun does have nights, but the lunar night lasts about 2 weeks, and the lunar day lasts about 2 weeks, right? Because it's orbiting around the Earth, so it does spin relative to the sun. Like, there's lunar day and lunar night. They're just super freaking long. It's because the moon does have a slight spin to it, right? That's the tidal lockage that's causing that spin. You can use what's called retrograde gravity assists here. So it looks like Hakuto R, right? I'm gonna have to draw this on a 3-dimensional scale. Let me redraw this. Give me 1 second. Let's just go new. Don't save. All right, so picture this as a 3/4 view. So we have Earth over here, and then we have the moon over here. So Earth is over here doing its thing, and the lunar trajectory looks something like this. Like, this is a 3/4 view, so we're kind of looking at it in 3 dimensions here. So the moon is doing something. Come on. Like that's the lunar orbit, all right? It's orbiting around Earth. All right, so what they did, if I'm looking at this right, is they did that trajectory that went out here, and then it pulled it in. So this was its trajectory after boosting over like 3 months, right? And now it's out here, and what it looks like the lunar gravity did is pull it in and put it into a retrograde polar orbit. So it went out here like this, and then it came back, and now it's going north to south, and it's orbiting like that. That's what I can see. Now, that's preferable because a polar orbit, right, the moon's gravity pulled it in, and now relative to Earth, right, the lunar gravity, the gravity pulled it in and put it into what's called a highly inclined orbit around the moon. You can use retrograde gravity braking to help you slow down, but the lunar gravity is not very much. But then again, remember, this is a low energy transfer. This took a long time. Every little bit helps, right? You need enough fuel to land on the moon. So anything that you can use to your advantage in terms of gravitational perturbations to get where you want, you're going to. You could also take into account lunar precession to bring your orbit in. Remember how I told you that the moon has one side that's way denser? The gravitational pull is actually more on one side of the moon than the other. You can use that to your advantage, because if the pull's more, it's going to change your orbit. It's going to perturb your orbit. They could use that. They could be using that to pull themselves in. And they probably are, if I had to guess. So you can use a retrograde gravity assist if you go in if you get pulled in at a retrograde vector. So, okay. Those were a lot of big words. Remember how I said the moon is spinning, all right? Relatively, it's spinning like different to this. The moon is kind of spinning this way, kind of. It does one revolution per month, basically, right? So it's because one side is always facing towards Earth, okay? So they can use the fat side of the moon, so to speak, to actually change the orbit and pull them in over time, which is probably what they did coupled with their navigation systems. So we know this is retrograde, so they used a retrograde gravity assist, and they're polar. So they used a slight retrograde gravity assist. So now we'll talk about inclination here in terms of orbital mechanics, okay? So if you just here, this is just pretend this is a different view. If you have a planet right here, just doesn't matter what it is. You have the planetary equator, so it's called the equatorial plane. Pretty straightforward stuff. If you have an orbit that follows your equatorial plane, that is what's called a 0 degrees inclined orbit. 0 inclination. Your orbit follows the equator. Now, you can tilt the orbit. If that is 0 degrees and your orbit is like this, what do you think that is? More importantly, if your orbit goes north to south like that, what's called a polar orbit, what do you think the inclination is there? You guys got it. 45 degree inclination, 90 degree inclination. Now, what about over here? What's this part? So, when your orbital inclination on any celestial body, it could be Saturn, it could be Jupiter, it could be the moon, it could be Earth, it doesn't matter, sun, whatever. When your orbital inclination relative to the celestial body that you're orbiting around goes past 90 degrees, it's called a retrograde orbit. Okay? Why? Well, say this is Earth. The Earth spins that way. Anything past 90 degrees is going against the direction of spin of the celestial body that you're going around. Okay? Now, that's how I know from just this little bit of footage that we saw right here that this is a retrograde, highly inclined orbit. Hakuto R is somewhere over here. It's that way. It's going this way. So it is going against the lunar spin. Now, the lunar spin isn't much. Remember, it's tidally locked. It's not a lot. But there is a little bit there to help you. And when you have a tiny little lander like this, that little bit makes a big difference. Okay? Happy Subiversary. What's up, Hypersonic? Right? So that little bit helps. We know that it's in an orbit like this, and we know that it's spinning that way in its orbit because in this footage right here, it's going from the south hemisphere to the northern hemisphere of the moon. We saw that based off of this map. That's Plato. That's the Plato crater. So it's going this way. The moon, despite not spinning very much, spins that way. It spins counterclockwise if we were looking at it from the northern hemisphere. Moon spins this way. You go that way. If you go that way, you use the spin, the relative spin of the moon to actually slow yourself down. Now, the best way to do it would be to go this way. If you're orbiting this way around the moon. That would give you the most gravity braking assist. You're going against the spin. Going against the current, the gravitational current like that makes a big difference. Not a lot on the moon. It would make way more difference on Earth, but bear with me here. So why would Hakuto MR that's trying to utilize all, like you try to take every single bit, and every little bit helps. Why would they put it into a polar orbit like that if it's not using all the gravity, right? Well, it's kind of the same reason, but kind of not. Remember, the moon is going this, the moon spins this way, right? It's spinning that way. Chevelle, 2-month resub, thank you. The moon is spinning that way. But it's still spinning. A polar retrograde gravity orbit like this is going to simultaneously give you some gravity braking, a little bit, but also you can utilize that spin underneath. So your lander's moving like this and the moon is spinning underneath it. That same spinning force that you used a little bit to slow down is going to afford you the ability to basically land anywhere because the planet spins underneath you. Same deal with Earth. If you're in a polar orbit around Earth, or, well, a polar orbit would look like this around Earth because we're in a 3/4 view. Well, the Earth is spinning and it spins a lot faster than the moon. If you're in a polar orbit around Earth, planet spinning under you, you can land anywhere. You land anywhere you want. You just deorbit at the right time to get down to where you need to go. Right? That's the reason why we have a retrograde past 90 inclination, right? But not fully inclined. Inclination, I should add here, goes from 0 to 180. Right? 0 to 90 is going one way. 90 to 180 is going that way. Is going the other way. There's no third direction when it comes to orbits. Or orbital inclination, I should say. So we have a slightly retrograde past 90, slightly retrograde polar orbit just from this footage. I can tell all of this just from its footage. From this, you can extrapolate all this information if you know about orbital mechanics. I think I've shown that pretty well. So that allows the Hakuto R to basically, it can basically just sit there and loiter, right? It's actually been doing the opposite of what it did, boosting its orbit every time, right? When the moon pulls it in, it actually goes lower and lower and lower and lower till it's in a circular orbit, right? It's just hitting the brakes very slightly every once in a while, and it's basically circularizing at a low altitude. So we know they've circularized at a retrograde inclination that's somewhere near polar. If I was looking at this footage, I mean, I don't know, 97 degree, 98 degree, maybe 100 degree inclination here, maybe. I mean, that's going in a strange direction, relative. Looks like it, yeah, it looks like it's going this way. Actually, let me look at that footage one more time. Yeah. So its trajectory basically traces over that high spot through the Plato crater into Mare Frigoris right here. So it's that way. Now, all orbits need to pass through the gravitational center of the grav well, so that means, well, the grav center is down here somewhere, so you can draw a line. It's going that way. So we have a slightly retrograde, highly inclined orbit. So yeah, like I said, the orbit is most likely something like this. Yes, you can tell all this from the picture. I played way too much Kerbal to not know this. You should too. So that basically affords them anywhere. They just wait till the moon kind of rotates into the right position and then they land. Now, if I had to guess, they're probably going to land somewhere on the close side of the moon. The reason why is if you land on the closer side of the moon, it's always in line of sight to Earth in some way, shape, or form. So if you have multiple tracking stations all around Earth, as Earth spins, each tracking station can bounce a signal off the surface of the moon. That's exactly what they did during the Apollo missions. And that's why during the Apollo missions, when they went to the far side of the moon, they didn't really have any signal. Why? Because it's tough to beam a signal through a gigantic moon. It's tough to get a radio signal off of that. You'd need something to bounce it off to get back there. Don't worry, NASA's working on something like that with intuitive machines. Here's a satellite that you would bounce it off, or a TIE fighter, whatever. TIE fighter would do it. It's got big reflectors on it. It'll be fine, right? So this basically, they used a little bit of lunar retrograde gravity assist, and they're using a polar orbit to basically wait until the moon rotates into the right position. Simultaneously, their orbit is looking something like this. If we have, three-dimensional axis here, it's more aligned with the top axis, like I said, but they've been most likely at pericynthion, at PE right here, they've been burning in the opposite direction. So they're going this way and they're burning that way. Burning what's called retrograde, burning in the direction that you came from at the lowest point in your orbit will lower your AP out here. It'll lower it. It'll make it go towards the lunar gravity. And while this thing's been going, the moon has been rotating into the right position, and they've been lowering their orbit and lowering their orbit and lowering their orbit and lowering the orbit and lowering the orbit till you finally get circularized around the moon in preparation for a landing. So their orbit probably looks like this at like probably 97 degrees inclined. So it's probably slightly tilted. It's going this way. Or no, that would be a retrograde. It's going that way, like this. See? For a good chunk of the moon's orbit, could they use James Webb as a far side relay? No. The logic in my brain is telling me that your inclination will want to change to equatorial. No. No. Gravwells work in 3 dimensions. The Gravwell visualization with that Flykin, it will, if gravity worked 2-dimensionally, right? Like it's a funnel that always go down relative to the sun. Yeah, it'll eventually do that like a marble circling in a drain, right? But remember, the Gravwell is up and down and forward and back and left and right. It's more like a sphere of influence, right? It doesn't just work in on a two-dimensional axis. Me showing you that is just for visualization purposes. That's not how gravity works. You're not thinking 4th dimensionally. Yep, here you go. Here's a visualization from the Hakuto RM1 mission. Thank you for the link, dudes. See? So they launched. They made a highly eccentric orbit with the apogee basically almost outside of the Earth's gravitational pull, right? And then when the moon came by, when this thing was at AP, and it pulled it in. See? It perturbed its orbit. You can surf the gravitational pull of planets, guys. This is how we move around in space. Because we don't have something like the Millennium Falcon. We don't have something like the Starship Enterprise. We don't have that. So we don't have systems that are powerful enough to exhaust that type of energy. Right? Not yet, at least. Maybe in the future. So, how NASA sends probes out, how Apollo went to the moon was utilizing all this, despite Apollo using that big Saturn V and basically brute forcing something out to the moon, right? Apollo still utilized gravitation, it still utilized retrograde gravity assisting in the form of a free return trajectory. I can talk about that if you guys want to. But yeah, we surf the gravitational well of these planets. How do you think we made something powerful enough to escape the sun's gravitational pull? We used a gigantic planet like Jupiter with a lot of gravity. Jupiter's huge compared to Earth. We used the thing to surf through Earth's grav well and get it and shoot out basically beyond the heliopause. This is the Voyager program. That's what that is for. But yeah, you can use the gravity of planets to pull you in, like tidal forces. You like how you could use the tide to navigate or something. Fun fact, the same navigation systems that ships use are the same navigations that spacecraft use. Christopher Columbus, when he tried to find a better route to the to the Indies, right? To the East Indies, right? He used the stars to navigate, and he used what's called a naval sextant. Guess what? Buzz Aldrin in the 60s proved during the Gemini program, proving that that you could navigate in space and apply the information of using the stars as a reference guide for orbital mechanic navigation. He proved it. He did the calculations by hand with a grease pen during his Gemini mission in the 60s. Yeah, Buzz Aldrin. Yeah. Navy guy. I think he's Navy. Yeah. He basically wrote down the calculations with a grease pen on the window of the spacecraft to figure out where they needed to go to rendezvous with another ship. Yeah, rendezvous proximity operations and docking and basically doing the math out to figure out how to get to another spacecraft is what essentially put the US ahead of the Soviets in the space program. That in my mind is the point where we surpassed them. That was in 1966. It's called a sextant. Yeah, and that's what spacecraft still use to navigate to this day. Every satellite has a star tracker on it. And it has a computer that's doing the same calculations to figure out, so the satellite can figure out where it is relative to the Earth. Yep. How's the moon landing? Chris, it hasn't happened yet. Because the stars don't change just because you're in orbit up there. Heck, the stars would look exactly the same if you were at Pluto. The sun would be a little less bright. Probably see more stars out there, but that's another story. Have you seen these videos where we're talking about Buzz Aldrin speaks out of context when he's not even talking about the moon and take him out of context and try to say the moon landing was faked? Yeah, I've seen him punch that guy. Yeah, that guy deserved it. Not even funny as a joke, Ethereal. Damn, man. Last. Buzz was the Air Force. Yeah, that's right. As soon as it came out of my mouth, I'm like, no, he was Air Force. It's all right. Is Hakuto R designed to operate sideways, too? I don't know. Anyway. Any more questions? So the landing is... The stream should actually start in about 40 minutes. Actually, it's about 50 minutes from now. Design the lander to flip over when it lands. That way it always functions. Or you could just land correctly. I mean, work for Apollo. Nice, Tessa. Obviously, that's too difficult. Work for Apollo. Booster 16's on the OLM. I know. I have Starbase Live up. They did a FireX test about 30 minutes ago. I got a question. Did you remember to turn off the stove? You know what, Bran? You know what? You know what? You know what? Now you got to listen to this, because I had to listen to it. Now you got to listen to this. Now you got to listen to this. This is punishment. Deal with it.
Knew this from the beginning. He knew
Now you got to
it
listen to
from a long
this.
time ago. That's been. I would say, JD, that hasn't changed. That's been right from the beginning.
You like that? You like what you see?
Mr. Secretary, that hasn't changed at all, right from the beginning. But
You like
I know
that?
it disturbed him.
Shouldn't.
He wanted, and rightfully, he recommended somebody from that he, I guess, knew very well. I'm sure he respected him, but to run NASA, and I didn't think it was appropriate. And he happened to be a Democrat, like totally Democrat. And I say, look, we won. We get certain privileges, and one of the privileges, we don't have to appoint a Democrat.
Dude, that's... You could blame Brand for that. OBS turned the sound off for that, dude. You guys got lucky. I had to listen to more of it than you did. Yeah. That was this morning. So remember what we said about our three possibilities with Rook. One is infighting. The other one is they didn't have the votes. The other one is a conflict of interest. Now it's just infighting. It's great. And once again, it proves that Eric Berger's sources are pretty damn reliable, which is that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Oh. I had to listen to even more. I watched it live. That's terrible. Really interested to see your perspective on my last. Do you think the trajectory of the lander makes this landing easier than others? No lunar landing is easier than any other particular one. Can't see me. Landing a Cessna is... you land a Cessna versus landing a 737. They're both... You're dealing with the same physics, right? Any landing is difficult, dude. I'm not going to sit here and kind of insinuate that the a Cessna is the same as a 737, right? It's not exactly the same, but yeah, I mean, there's some details. But the factor of difficulty there between, like, lander design doesn't change the difficulty level by much. Yeah, I don't know, Optimum. I don't know what's going on there. It's... Did you see the Elon Trump civil war unraveling? Yeah, I don't... I'm not going to lie that there are definitely implications there with what's going on. What they are, I don't know. That's not for me to really decide. What I can tell you is that this is probably not good for spaceflight. Yeah, it's probably not good. But then again, it still depends on who he appoints as the next NASA administrator. I'm waiting for Jack to lose his mind on Flame Trench. They're going to make me... I swear if I have to argue devil's advocate again. I don't want to do that. I don't want to, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I'll just be the host or something. Oh, crap. Nah, Trey, watch it. It's going to be fun. I'll have some fun. The Pope vent started. Oh, good news. Honestly, I hope they don't go into the politics. It should have been more that sucks and move on. It helps nobody. Does that sound like the president's style to you? Consider it. Style, I'm being nice. Fanfu. Okay. Being nice. Talking about Flame Trench. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Elfish, so we sit there and talk about everything else, and then everybody in chat gets pissed off and thinks we're avoiding the issue because we're not talking about it. This is one of those things that you just got to do. This is the part of journalism that I don't think people strive to do anymore. It's easier to just nod your head and smile and ignore the issue than it is to be objective and address what's going on. We will in a little bit, Lemprod. When is the landing? So, 3:17 p.m. Eastern is when the landing is. Just trying to highlight the positives. Rick is back in the Polaris program. Hallingar, that's probably a good idea. I mean, Fred, that's the thing, dude. Yeah, no, like I said, I'm not. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm kind of upset about this decision, but you know, I see it. I understand where he's coming from. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I get it. It makes sense. Like in that construct, like you know. I'm upset over the wasted time. That's the biggest one. That's the biggest problem here. And that was the biggest problem with Jim. We basically only got 2 years at Jim, guys. We didn't get 4 years because they stonewalled him. He really was the right guy. Is this from the All Up podcast yesterday? All right. Well, this is a clip from the All In podcast. Let's see. This is Ellie reposted a thing from that.
Bureaucracy that impedes progress. And then here's where you got this crushing bureaucracy that impedes progress. And then here's where Congress plays a role. Every state's got some equity that they care about and they protect like hell, and it impedes the big progress. You know, like I tell you, I love talking to all the senators, and the Senate was so fair to me, and I know I would have had a lot of great votes. But you talk to some senators and they're like, you know, we have a local rocket club that supports these schools and NASA contributes it to every year. And I want to make sure that continues. It's like, well, why can't you do a car wash for the rocket club? Like, this isn't huge dollars. Why can't the community raise those funds? And then you might say, well, what's wrong with a couple rocket clubs, you know, to inspire the kids all across the country? Well, one turns to 10, turns to thousands, and it becomes a distraction. Those are parts to delete. Those are resources that are draining away from what every senator should care about, which is how do we get to the moon, get to Mars, and shock the world with world-changing headlines. That's what people are waiting for from NASA, you know? But
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. That's a way to put it, but I agree. I mean, it's easy for me to sit here in my chair on my stream and be like, oh, I don't agree with that. I mean, that's messed up, right? And you certainly wouldn't be making any friends in Congress by doing stuff like this. But also at the same time, NASA wants to inspire kids. That shouldn't. You should use that to launch your own rockets. But then again, if you really want to look at it objectively, the STEM outreach budget that NASA has is inconsequential to NASA's overall budget. I do get the gist of what he's trying to say, though. I'm sorry, guys. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I wouldn't do the same thing. It's a dick move, but we talked about yesterday on Space News how NASA needs to be fixed. Like, there's a huge problem here. There's no overarching goal. There's nothing. There's just, maybe we'll get to the moon someday, and then maybe we'll go to Mars. Like, I don't agree with this point. Rocket clubs are incredibly important to get to the moon and beyond. For sure, for sure. But I mean, Daggison, consider this. You know, like I said, it's screwed up, but I agree with him. I think that's right, and I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you what I think. I know what rocket clubs do for kids. It's so good. Nothing. It helps a big deal if you launched model rockets when you were younger. Now, consider this. If NASA actually goes and launches rockets, and like a kid sees that on the television and sees NASA doing cool things, they would be more obliged to go and, you know, Dad, I want a model rocket. I want an Estes rocket for Christmas. Okay. You know, and then, you know, in a roundabout way, you do get those rocket clubs. That's what he means. And, you know, like I said, I agree with that. It's so screwed up, and you know, you're right. It's kind of pulling the plug in the short term, but the long term benefits are good. Realistically, how many people are going to raise money on their own rocket clubs? I don't know. Thing is, funding 1,000 rocket clubs is max $2.5 million. It's pebbles. I know, I already said that. You can get a 1,000-fold return for this investment in 20 years. Yeah. Now, Daggison, I have to ask you. I know this isn't how this works. Consider this hypothetical. I'm just asking, right? I know it doesn't work like this, but weigh this in your mind. Would you rather fund the rocket clubs now for maybe doing something in 20 years, or reorganize NASA to get on the moon shortly in the event of maybe making more rocket clubs than what we have now in the future? Which would you rather do? Like I said, conditional hypothetical. I know it doesn't work like this. I know the STEM budget is peanuts. It's nothing. Definitely the moon. I don't, like I said, if it was up to me, now that I'm really thinking about it, the outreach budget is nothing. But I can tend to say that the outreach budget could balloon like crazy if you accomplish something. You know, if I was in charge of NASA right now, I would not be, I wouldn't be rating the STEM budget, to be honest with you. In fact, I probably wouldn't be rating any budget, except for probably Mars sample return. Mars sample return is not Mars sample return. It's planning for Mars sample return. That would get thrown out the window. Probably Gateway as well. Linus, that's what he stated, but I have a feeling that that's probably not the goal anymore. I mean, if it was Elon's idea to tell the president to focus on Mars, and they're having a spat right now because that tells me that the president would double down on championing what NASA already has. So that tells me, and I said this on Monday, that tells me that the budget proposal doesn't reflect the current affairs post Isaac nomination poll. I think that budget proposal was put forward with the expectation that Rook was going to be NASA administrator. Now that that's not happening, I guarantee you after a new NASA administrator nomination, we're probably going to see a different budget proposal put forward by the White House. One that champions more of status quo stuff, if I had to guess. That and that budget proposal was never going to pass in Congress. I could have told you that. Hey Kelly, what's happening? We got the Hakuto RM2 lunar landing here happening in about a little bit under 2 hours. The STEM budget is NASA marketing. It helps boost support for other programs. Yeah, granted, that's very true. We know what the STEM budget does. The thing is that STEM budget is all fine and dandy, but the reason why I think Rook chose those words is I'm pretty sure what he's getting at, and I don't speak for the guy. I'm pretty sure what he's getting at is that NASA is doing everything but launching rockets. Not necessarily that he wants to go after STEM stuff, like totally, right? I mean, maybe. I mean, that sounded like he did, but I think the point he was trying to illustrate here is that NASA's doing everything but launching things. They should be launching things. Launching things is the best STEM. Why do you think so many people like SpaceX? Because SpaceX is constantly in your face with rocket launches all the time. That's the best outreach. You don't see any like SpaceX advertisements around, right? Like, I think that was his point, but bringing up rocket clubs was a bit weird. I think it was just a hypothetical from him, dude. Like just a particular data point example. You know? You're going to contend something, EJ. I think the STEM budget also helps drum up public support. No public support, no NASA. Completing missions are arguably is the garners you the most public support, Ethereal. James Webb launching. Huge, high-profile thing. That would be the closest thing. For SpaceX, it'd probably be Falcon Heavy or Flight 1, you know, or even Flight 9. I'm going to shoot my shot here. I think that the NASA budget of all things can inadvertently cause a government shutdown at this rate. We've seen some pretty stupid reasons for shutdowns before. Roulette talk for me is over. I'm not really sure, but you think the NASA budget of all things could cause a shutdown? I think, Nova, I mean this in a very constructive and productive way. I think you need to go read more civics. With disagreements on proposals back and forth, that won't shut down the government, dude. If it did, that would be crazy, and that would mean we're talking about money that's a consequential amount to Uncle Sam, not the inconsequential budget that gets allocated to NASA every year. But I can see where you're coming from, dude. But yeah, I don't think so. I don't think NASA's as big of a hot button issue as you're making it out to be. But I don't know. With Elon and the president butting heads all of a sudden, who knows? Who knows, dude? Love your office. Thank you, Out of This World. He was cut and dry. The funding of the rocket clubs is simply one example he thought up on the spot. Yeah, like I said, it's a hypothetical. Yep. I mean, guys, I'm not going to lie to you. There are programs at NASA that I would punt, like, immediately on my first day. MSR would go out the window. What a waste of time. Because it's not Mars sample return. The current iteration of the Mars sample return mission that is being funded by NASA with millions of dollars, might I add, isn't actually about doing the mission. The current Mars sample return mission is a mission directorate to find the best ways to plan a Mars sample return mission. It is a planning committee that's getting program funding. No. Bye-bye. Get out of here. Nope. Absolutely not. Get out. It's a planning committee that's sucking up funds for programs. That happened because Mars sample return over the past, I don't know how long it's been in play. Maybe 10 years, maybe let's say 5, right? The Mars sample return mission was flat funded, just like everything else, and basically on life support the entire time. So nobody got anything done. And then in 2024, NASA looked at it and said, well, nobody's getting anything done. We'll start a planning committee to figure out the best way to get things done. And they canceled Mars sample return and replaced it with Mars sample return planning committee, but they didn't call it Mars sample return planning committee. They just called it the continuation of Mars sample return, which is bullcrap. That's bullcrap. Get out. Go away. It says it's been in progress since 2004. Yeah, Darkroot, SpaceX is a good example of leading by example. SpaceX doesn't need to do STEM outreach because they are the STEM outreach. That's the point that Rook is trying to explain in that clip. I think if NASA focuses more on payloads rather than launch systems, a lot more could get done. Launch systems could be procured through commercial. Okay. Daggerson, let's move Orion to the moon tomorrow. How are we doing that? What commercial launch systems are we using to move Orion near the moon? Because it's not a national priority, Pigeon, and it needs to be. Is there any commercial application, Daggerson, right now that could do what Artemis 1 did? Let's say Artemis 1, the easiest, the simplest of all the Artemis missions. Bob, it's not official. It's a budget proposal, and I'm betting you it's not going to hold water. But EJSLS is taking too long. How is a rocket that's already launched taking too long, John? What is it taking too long for? I think the thing is, in 20 years, commercial could already have that capability. And Daggerson, this is what we talked about last night. Any dissenting opinions that I had about funding NASA and funding a launch vehicle stems from a promise in the future that the commercial market is going to be there. I've heard this story before in the 90s, dude. This happened in the 90s. People have a really short memory. They thought commercial was going to take over after the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle program came into play. There's no need for something like the space shuttle. The commercial market's going to take over. And then there was a recession and everybody pulled out of the market immediately. And we went from having a plethora of launch vehicles, Atlas 2, Atlas 3, Atlas 5, Delta 2, Delta 3-ish, Delta 4, to basically having nothing. And Delta 4, Delta 2, and Atlas 5 being on life support for the basically most of the early 2000s. There was a massive consolidation of the entire launch vehicle market. And it got so bad, and the demand dried up virtually overnight, that the government had to force ULA to exist. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I'm sorry. I don't think subjecting our space program to the winds of capitalism is a good idea. A hedge against that would be NASA having its own, supplemental to the commercial program, or vice versa. I mean, he's right. The Artemis lander keeps failing. What? Artemis lander? What are you talking about? You're talking about Starship? It's not failing. Those are test flights. Yeah, Orion is what's taking too long because they don't launch it enough to do proper heat shield analysis, but that's another story. So, John, what are you saying? It needs to launch more often. Progress is slow with very little news about it. There's a full stack in the VAB right now, dude. Now, I will agree with you. I agree with you that it needs to launch more. But that's going to require a gigantic program overhaul. Right now, Artemis is basically funded, right now, as it stands, pre-current budget proposal. Artemis 1, 2, 3, and 4 are on the books. The only thing that's on the books for any Artemis missions past that are the contracts for long lead items for for Artemis 5 through Artemis 12. And that is the contract for manufacturing long lead items. So the hardest things that are there to make. Engines and the Orion capsule. Yep. There's no funding for any SLSs to be built after Artemis 5 currently. You can go check the contracts. And you see, John, if you see that as a problem, you're absolutely right. That's very much a big problem. Yeah, that's been my problem with SLS the entire time. SLS has no goal. There's no goal. There's no urgency. I don't particularly mind SLS as a carrier vehicle. It's pretty good. You know, the core stage and the 5-segment SRBs with an 8.4 meter fairing, you can do stuff with that. You can do some pretty good stuff with that. You can run a pretty damn good space program with that thing. You just got to launch it more. I agree with you on that. That is going to require somebody to do what nobody wants to do and untangle the contracting mess that is that rocket. If you're going to have a problem with SLS, that's the problem you should have. And now, if that's what you mean by when you say it doesn't launch enough, sure, absolutely. He wants Golden Dome, no mention of Moon or Mars. Defense budget is not NASA's budget. They can do both of those things, McGillicuddy. But yeah, I get what you're trying to say. What about the EUS? The EUS is contracted for 4, and that's about it, Nova, as far as I can tell. The roadblock is up at Starbase, dudes, and the Pope vent is going, indicating tank farm activity. We watch it. This Super Heavy is going to fire during the Hakuto RM2 moon landing. It's going to happen. Golden Dome, the president is championing some type of new defense system to deal with hypersonic missiles or something. I don't know the details, Dark Star Wolfie. I don't even know if that's right. Could SpaceX just say screw it and go alone? I think that's what's going to happen, Knucklehead, if NASA keeps on its current trajectory. Has Boeing made any real progress on the EUS? The EUS is past critical design review, and parts and test articles and flight articles are being manufactured right now at Michoud. I do not know why NASA does not talk more about this. However, the EUS program, per the Government Accountability Office, has been plagued with not meeting scheduling milestones due to inexperience. Long story short, we haven't made a lunar upper stage in 50 years. They're having some problems getting it working correctly. And they're having quality problems with the manufacturing because of inexperience, because there's no demand for making this thing except NASA. New defense weapon system is based off of the Iron Dome from Israel, although it's using missile designs from the 80s. Was meaning to ask you about the technical feasibility of Golden Dome. I don't know the details, Supersonic. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't deal with missiles. I deal with rockets. That's not my... The rockets that come back down and explode is not my department. Hey, Jono, what's up, dude? iSpace rings a bell. Didn't Eric Berger write an article about them being valued around 400 million despite having barely launched anything so far? They have no, LS, I think that's something different. iSpace has a lunar lander that's landing on the moon in an hour and 15 minutes. No, that's got to be something. It's got to be a different company. Technically, Golden Dome missiles go up and explode like Starship. And technically, you'd be tone deaf to rope those two into the same category. So, you know, being tone deaf to, you know, get a witty comment in. Sure. I sent you some Artemis 4 news. Boy. Yeah. Hasn't SpaceX received 2.6 of 2.9 billion for the human landing system so far? So both it's contractually obliged to deliver or have punitive issues. Well, yeah, of course, Axiom. But that the HLS is for Artemis 3. And when's Artemis 3 happening? So Airbus Space. The Artemis program continues to build on the momentum, and one of the key milestones for the fourth European service module is integration of its powerhouse, the Orbital Maneuvering System engine. The OMSE is the primary engine used for major in-space maneuvers of the Orion spacecraft. It is responsible for orbital insertion and correction. Yeah, okay. It's a shuttle engine that they ripped out of a space shuttle and shoehorned in the back of a ATV transfer module. And then called it a service module, which is stupid. But, hey, whatever. It's a thing. Oh, there you go. That's cool, Dagson. Thank you. I hope SpaceX figures out Starship issues before they run out of money. They're not going to run out of money, dude. Starlink is indefinitely funding Starship development. Basically, you got a blank check to figure it out, dude. You got to remember, they're not launching these things and having them fail out of desperation. SpaceX is launching them because they're trying to get rid of they're trying to make space. They're trying to make space at the build and testing site to make room for the rockets that are going to work, based off of the fixes that they implemented from what they learned from past failures. Dude, if Flight 10 blows up too, all right, whatever. Flight 11 blows up after that, so what? Now, once we start seeing the fixes get implemented, if it still blows up after that, then you got a little bit of an issue. But I don't think that's going to happen. Anyway, have you looked more into the Alpha Auto engine yet? Ethereal, the only real thing that I've done this week is sleep, stream, and go to the grocery store. That's pretty much it, dude. We streamed for like 15 hours yesterday, man. You saw what I did the entire day. And I left the oven on. Dude, I've never burnt the damn house down in Summer Car. Not once in 9 years of playing that game. I screwed up the continuity of that save by Alt F4ing because I was pissed at it. That's totally my fault, dudes. We got to start over. Start over. It's tainted. Even if I, burnt the house down again, it's tainted. The continuity of the save is contaminated. It's not. It basically ruins the episodic content. So I'm just deleting that save and starting over again. I lost the whole episode, Dan. So I'm deleting the save. I screwed the continuity of it. And that is important to me. That's important to me for VOD viewers. If you're watching this on a VOD, the continuity of videos is very important. When I do Let's Plays, I don't want to do some of it off the stream, right? I pick up exactly where I left off at the same point. So theoretically, if I don't screw the continuity of the whole thing, right? Theoretically, you could edit all of them together into an abridged My Summer Car playthrough. That's how I execute on Let's Plays. Now, a lot of people do the same thing, but that's an important thing to me. Yeah, maybe Nova. Yep. I did Creeper. I didn't die, Pop. I burned the house down, and we came up with a cool idea. I left the burner on the stove because I was making coffee, which I technically didn't need to do. I just drank a coffee at the beginning of the day in game because that's funny, right? I didn't even need to do that. The fatigue was low. Coffee just lowers fatigue in the game. It doesn't... You don't need to wake up in Summer Car, right? Like... So, frickin'... I left the coffee burner on, and I went and did whatever I was doing. And, yeah, the house burnt down. And then I was we came up with this idea to make money. Like, okay, if I raise 100,000 marks, we'll go into the editor and we'll rebuild the house, right? Which is not a gameplay mechanic. It's just something I thought would be cool. Kind of like mission mode. OLM vent is on. and Starbase Live started buffering. I thought that would be cool. So I started going and making cash off of this to try and figure out how to be homeless in Summer Car, and I got annoyed with the game, and I hit Alt F4 out of impulse, and I ruined the continuity of the entire save. Yep. Not about that life, dude. Not about that life. It's just like mission mode rules, but with Summer Car, dude. No, we screwed the continuity of it. We're not save scumming, and I don't feel like going through the effort to do exactly what I did in a repeat episode to get the continuity back. Screw that. We'll start over. That sucks because I just got the damn tractor fixed. All that work to flip the stupid tractor was for nothing. Oh well. What are you gonna do? So then MSC is done or on hiatus? How did you get that from anything that I just said? I'm just out of curiosity. Did I say something to make you think that, Sir Rad? I'm trying to get better at explaining things. Yeah, where did that come from? No, I said we'll just start another save. We'll start another save next Wednesday. We'll call it MSC 2025 playthrough attempt number 2, part 1. Because attempt number 1, I screwed up. I just joined so I didn't hear the full context if you said different. Oh. I hate this game. Yeah, Summer Car pushes your buttons, dude. That's for sure. So the OLM vent is on, guys, indicating BQD cooldown. I'd say we're inside of an hour for the static fire, and it's funny because we're gonna have to double box this because the Hakuto stream is coming on in about 10 minutes. Surat, sorry, it's because you said you wouldn't save scum or do the same thing over again. Most streamers, when they say that, either stop playing or stop playing for a while. Am I most streamers, Sewer Rat? Don't rope me in with them. You dill hole. You can go watch NSF, Peter. Watch them. Support NSF. They give me free reign to restream this, dude. The least you can do is go over there and support them, man. You still need to fix the city and workers and resources. Cities. My thing with Yakograd and my thing with workers. This is going to sound super weird, but those same continuity reasons are making me not want to play workers and resources. That's why I haven't been playing it. I don't want to. The reason why is because they released early start, right? And do I start another Republic? Right? With the early start DLC, or do we abandon Yakograd? Do we go back to it? Like it ruined my flow. Early start is going to need a new save. Yep. How does liquid? Hey EJ, how does liquid fuel don't float in a rocket in space? They have liquid fuel. Chris, rephrase the question. I'm not sure what you're asking. Hey, Redbeard, what's up? I was here for the moon talk and then left. I just got back. What's up? The BQD vent is going, so we're probably going to see a static fire here in a second. And I do believe that the Hakuto R mission is online. So let me... Do you want to abandon Yakograd? That Fine. 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 It's fine.
iSpace is going to the moon because we have a real purpose. Something we have to create.
Nanda kore.
We contribute to the groundwork of humanity's future by creating a sustainable, growing presence and infrastructure in space.
Booster 16 is a fresh booster? That's correct.
Utilizing water resources on the moon
this is space.
essential
I'm in
to
space.
expand human activity in cislunar space and benefit life on Earth.
Gravshock, I was just going to show them the president talking about Isaacman again.
iSpace is at the forefront of exploring and utilizing this precious
You can tell my
resource.
kids it's KSP3 Baranok.
iSpace provides the most comprehensive lunar transportation service on the market, transporting and operating payloads in lunar orbit and on the surface.
Interesting, Newell.
We are laying the groundwork for human presence on the moon. Offering services around water resources, energy, communication, and data about the lunar environment
what was
to
that?
commercial customers, as well as governments and academic institutions.
Space Bobcat.
iSpace offers an entry point for innovative technologies to be verified and operated on the moon. We are able to iterate quickly, finding the most
Can you turn it up a little?
solutions for the unique
No.
obstacles of the
YouTube
moon.
will flag it if we turn it up too much and it gets an audio match to that B-roll
iSpace
music in the
makes
background.
possible what has previously not been possible.
Or we could just roll with it.
We paved the way towards an economic system that can not only sustain lunar development, but also return value to humanity and Earth. We are committed to secure humanity's future on Earth and beyond. And so we invite you to join this new cislunar ecosystem. Join us on our lunar quest. Expand our planet, expand our future for all humankind.
Akuta Mission 1. Lost contact on the surface of the moon. I love Japan, be quiet. Been there. You guys been there? It's pretty cool.
人が転ぶと人は笑う。人の失敗を人は笑う。やがて人は失敗を恐れ踏み出すことを忘れてしまう。だけど本当の失敗は転んだまま立ち上がろうとしないこと。
Never give up! Never give up!
転んだら立てばいい。つまずく石を学べばいい。日本を失敗できない国にしない。それもまた私たちのミッションだと思う。人類の未来に月は欠かせない。やるべきことは無限にある。未来を誰かに委ねるのではなく、自分たちで未来を作る。
はい。そうですね。
そのために月に着陸し、月面を探査する。いつか人は月に住めるようになる。
はい。
その成功の途中に私たちはいる。
どうもありがとう、iSpace 様。I love this anime!
次行きます。
はい。See, Xerx, it's that music right there that's gonna flag this video. It's gonna get demonetized on YouTube, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, man? We're here. So, is this the Cory in the House reboot? I hate you. You suck. Oh, dude, I went to put my arm up like on the Marcus chair, and it's Marcus. But this chair is super comfortable. So
今の時は私は管制室で
オペレーターとして作業していました。
My
I gotta move
expectation
because
from the
of the-
landing was more to see the faces and the reaction of the team in the operations center.
まあちょっとしばらく何が起こったのかよくわからなかったんですけど、
全体的にすごいうまくいっていたの
There we
で、
go.
まあ最後の
Now
最
I'm
後
above the
失敗して
subtitles.
しまってすごい残念な気持ち
This is
になりま
weird.
した。
I don't like this at all.
思い描いてたイメージがなくなってしまったということで、いろんな感情が出てきたんですけれども、一番残念がってていいはずの袴田さんがそこまで残念がっていないんですね。
For me and most of the team, we already had a mindset of never giving up. We're already working on the next project.
みんなちょっとショックだったでしょうけど、まあ
はい
一回やったから次はもっとうまくやれるっていうような気持ちはあったと。
Hey, Matt, what's going on, buddy?
M1 の失敗の後に1ヶ月ぐらいしてこういう対策をすればいいんだっていうところをしっかり出してくるチームっていうのがものすごく頼りになるっていうふうに感じて、あ、このチームはいけるっていうすごくポジティブな気持ちが出てきました。
How do we do this again? How can we make it better? How do we test it better? How do we ensure that the next mission is going to be a success? It's that kind of thinking that for me means resilience inside iSpace.
地道にその問題を分析して紐解いて、
Yeah, it's a private lander, LM. That's right.
諦めないで一歩一歩進んでいくっていうのがまあレジリエンスだと思ってます。
レジリエンスイコールアイスペースそのものかなというふうに思ってます。すぐに切り替えて、次のミッションに向けて、動き出すっていうところが、大事なのかなと。個人のレジリエンスみたいな気持ちは重要だと思いますけど、やっぱり
I don't know, Outdoorsman. You gotta tag me. I'm
会社で
looking
あ
for
るんで
tagging me.
チーム一丸とならない
Oh, you
と
did
それ
tag
は達
me.
成できないかな。
What is Artemis 2 in danger?
ないからやります
considering the questionable heat
じゃあ
shield.
自分たちがやりますみたいな気持ち
I
にな
wouldn't
る
put people on it,
かな
dude.
と思ってます
Just saying.
月面着陸ギリギリまではいけたと。我々の技術、やってきたことは正しかったということで、もうすでに袴田さんの目が次のミッションに行ってるというのをすごく感じました。
I think resilience really is an act of faith in our ability to grow, to adapt,
I don't know,
to
Uncle X.
overcome. It's a force that drives innovation.
One of iSpace's unique advantages is that we can innovate.
まあ今回我々はランダーを作って月にまでその可能性を広げていくと。でこれはまあ人間の活動範囲を広げる。
人類を月に持っていくとか、その初めて行ってみる突破口を開く、必ず誰かがやらなきゃいけなくて、それこそまさに iSpace の仕事じゃないかなと思っています。
Everyone from different backgrounds, different industries, different countries in all three of those offices bring something different, but we're always collaborating, and I think we can make a very successful result.
The moon is not just a destination. I think it's really like a proving ground for iSpace mission.
We are excited about the steps we are taking to be a part of lunar infrastructure. That's my contribution to creating a better planet for my kids and their kids and your kids and everybody else.
Once we make that first soft landing, I think that internally, all of our crew and all our engineers and all the entire company is going to have the confidence to move forward, knowing that we can do this.
レジリエンス。
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 Resilience.
Resilience.
レジリエンス。
レジリエンス。
Resilience.
Never give up!
Resilience.
Never give up! You guys ever seen that video? It's a good video.
3, 2, 1. Ignition.
Well, that says Firefly Blue Ghost down there. Hakuto are ride shared on this mission. Resilience-sama.
iSpace resilience. Separation confirmed.
There it goes. You can see Resilience slowly moving away from Falcon 9's second stage.
Jesse! Wait, no.
Its journey to the moon.
Amada-sama. Yeah, it was inside of the PAF outfit. Did you see that? Oh, hello. Dude. That's a real picture.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Andy, is this landing today? In about an hour, yep. Ridiculous that we live in a world where a moonlander can be a ride share. You know what it was ride sharing with, Landshark? Another moonlander. Just saying. Some context. What is... What did they walk on stage?
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Welcome to the live streaming event for iSpace's Hacked.org Mission 2 Venture Moon Lunar Landing. This event will be conducted in Japanese, but you can enjoy the live broadcast by accessing iSpace's official YouTube channel. Enjoy the live broadcast in Japanese on the Hacked.org channel, and for simultaneous English interpretation, go to the iSpace channel.
For English interpretation of our live stream, please access the iSpace YouTube channel or ispace-inc.com/landing.
That guy speaks really good Japanese. Holy crap, dude.
And I'm Riko Shintaku from iSpace IR.
Like,
thank you all
his
for
accent's
joining
pretty
us today.
freaking good, dude. It does not sound like a foreigner. It sounds like a local. That was really good Japanese.
Landing day is finally here. It really is, Kevin. I believe everyone is, but I'm half nervous and half
I
can't
don't think
wait.
it will, Shogun.
I know exactly what you mean. With this anticipation and
Maybe
excitement in
Suras?
the air, we're thrilled to bring you the most exciting moment of Mission 2 live tonight. After launching in January 2025 and spending nearly 5 months traveling through space, iSpace's Resilience lander and Tenacious rover are now on the verge of achieving Japan's first and Asia's first privately led lunar landing. For those of you joining us for the first time, allow me to give a brief introduction to iSpace. iSpace is a global company engaged in lunar exploration. Our vision, expand our planet, expand our future, reflects our mission to harness space for the benefit of humanity so that people on Earth can continue to live prosperous lives into the future. We aim to expand the sphere of human activity into space and create a sustainable lunar economy. To begin, we're offering reliable payload transportation services that is delivering customers' payloads to the moon and providing lunar surface data. What truly sets iSpace apart?
You're right. If you put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything. You just gotta want to accomplish it. That's really the truth to this. You know, I want to get good at working at cars, so you know, you want to get good at working on cars, work on cars. Figure it out. You can just do things, right? That's a phrase that gets thrown around on X a lot.
Succeed.
You know, you want to have a shop like I do, you want to work on cars, manifest that stuff. I wanted it. I worked hard and I got it. You can do it. It takes a lot of work. No, this isn't a thing about privilege. You're like, oh, just dude. If you put your mind to it, you will get it done. You will get what you want. You just got to figure out what you want.
And that is not all.
It's just a compliment. Thank you.
Commercial Mission 1
Appreciate it, man.
will deliver NASA payloads from the Apex 1.0 lander developed by our U.S. subsidiary, iSpace US, to lunar orbit and the lunar surface.
Hop over and get it.
Will
Tickle the
contribute
beast.
to the U.S. Artemis program
Land on the moon.
through this mission. All right. Today's live stream is coming to you from
Never give up!
just a short distance from the Hacked.org Mission Control Center in Nihonbashi, Tokyo.
Peter, you wanted curry, so you
We're
made it.
broadcasting
Boom.
from Rising
Manifest
Square,
that stuff.
a venue provided
Manifest
by
your
Sumitomo
destiny.
Mitsui Banking Corporation, one of the official partners of Hacked.org. As you can see,
Get the
we're
prom
joined
queen.
here
That's
by
right.
a wide range of people who support iSpace, corporate partners, clients, representatives from government and financial institutions, members of the space industry, and of course our employees. It's truly a gathering of what we might call the iSpace ecosystem. We have a total of around 550 people here tonight, and despite the late hours, the energy in this room is incredible. Everyone, are you ready for the lunar landing?
These people look really hype.
Thank you.
Haha, sugoi desu ne.
I really can't wait to celebrate a successful landing with all of you. The expected landing time is less
No,
than
Surat,
an
I just
hour
didn't
from
want the
now
conversation
at
devolving into, you know, people thinking that doing hard work is something that's not possible anymore. You got to figure out where to focus your efforts, and that's more about figuring out what you want to do, less about society, you know, dealing you a crappy hand.
10 stable operations on the lunar surface. It may take some time to confirm after the landing. Depending on the situation, the announcement may be made after the live event concludes. But first, let's check in with the Mission Control Center.
That's a land center.
The Resilience Lander
That man is playing Counter-Strike.
to the moon. It's being operated from
Thought we
the
wouldn't notice,
Actual
but we
Mission
did.
Control Center, MCC, in Nihonbashi, Tokyo. As you can see in the live footage, the iSpace team is actively preparing for the landing. As you can see, everyone seems quite nervous.
See that guy? He's
Yes,
playing
the
StarCraft.
MCC crew in Nihonbashi
Pretty sure.
is already fully focused and in mission mode. Also, during the landing, we may hear live audio updates from MCC. If
lot of
any
this.
English announcements come through,
Lot of
the
this
venue
going
speakers
on.
will jump in and explain them for you. So stay tuned. Additionally, the Resilience Lander is about to perform a maneuver to leave lunar orbit. The preparations for today's
The deorbit
landing
burn?
have actually been underway at the MCC for several days already. Now let's hear from the MCC crew to better understand what's coming up in the next hour as the lander makes its final approach to the moon.
Hi everyone, I am Angel Milagro, the M2 Mission Director, and we are here today in the Hakuto R Mission Control Center, or MCC as we call it. Today we will monitor from here the landing attempt of M2.
I'm going to tell everybody that's
Hi,
Alex's brother.
My name is Janelle Wellens, and I'm the Deputy Mission Director for Mission 2, who will be your flight director on landing day here inside the Hakuto R Mission Control Center. We start from 24 hours before the automated descent actually begins.
Vasio, about 45 minutes out. 17 past the next hour. We're at 23
jobs.
past, so
The
45
first two
minutes.
shifts are going to be
Well,
focused
55.
on making sure that our
Closer to
lander
55
is
minutes.
prepared for the autonomous descent. This includes determining our velocity and position with some uncertainty so that we can give that to the lander prior to it making its own decisions after that autonomous point begins. These two shifts will also be responsible for power-saving activities, and they will also be preparing our fuel tanks to make sure their temperatures and pressures are
The
ready for this
overexpansion,
final
though.
burn. After these first two shifts are able to sign off that our lander status is doing great, the final shift takes over for the landing. We begin 8 hours before the autonomous sequence kicks off and use those final orbit determination products
It's
to
awesome,
upload a
Surat.
command sequence and other products that will allow our spacecraft to have the best chance at landing. Once these products are uploaded, they will be reviewed extensively by the engineers who are sitting in this room in what we call the descent review meeting. At this point in time, we will
iSpace is a
start to
multinational
generate
corporation,
a
as
burn
Master.
plan, which details the landing site and all of the other parameters that have to do with it that our engineers can verify before we move forward.
Your aerospace company, not to screw with ITAR, has to, if you want to launch on an American rocket, you have to have some semblance of corporate presence in the continental U.S. So it's multinational.
If we are going to be all
It's not a dumb
systems go
question.
for landing.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt her.
Thank you to everyone at MCC. We're counting on you and rooting for you. Yes, and just to repeat, the iSpace lander is about to perform a maneuver to leave lunar orbit, which is phase 1. There may be
David, any good book recommendations on spaceflight history or engineering? Rocket Ranch. Here, let me get it.
already performed the lunar orbit departure maneuver. We'll be monitoring the phase 1 and the pressure from orbit, so let me take a moment to explain what those mean. The landing process is provided into 6 phases, and in the very first phase, the lander fires its thrusters briefly. That deceleration causes the spacecraft's orbit around the moon to gradually drop. Through that deceleration, the lander descends from lunar orbit and gradually approaches the moon's surface. After departing from orbit, the Resilience continues to approach the lunar surface, descending from an altitude of 100 to approximately 20 kilometers. This marks the start of landing phase 2, cruise descent. Yes, that's exactly right. We'll take a closer look at the upcoming landing phases later on, but as mentioned earlier, the lander has already entered its autonomous guidance process following a pre-programmed sequence.
Why doesn't anyone use balloon-style landings on the moon like they did with Opportunity and Spirit on Mars? So, Conan, the moon doesn't have an atmosphere. Those balloons are there to negate a very small impact with... Okay, so like Spirit and Opportunity, when they sent them to Mars, they had a heat shield, they had an arrow, they had a back shell, and that back shell had parachutes on it. So the bouncy ball is only there to negate maybe the last part of terminal descent. You could do that with a lunar lander if you want, but you're not using parachutes on the moon, right? You're not doing that. There's no air for the parachute to unfurl. The parachute will just kind of flop around, right? It's not going to do anything. In order to do a landing on the moon, you're going to have to do the majority of deceleration from lunar orbital velocity, right? Because of this, you need to make something that has a lot of engines, like that. And because you can't use parachutes, a bouncy ball is just going to add mass at this point. That's just going to add, I say dead weight, but that's not what that means. It's just going to add mass. Oh yeah, look, the landing site was Mar Frigoris, in the northern hemisphere of the moon. You're going to add mass. So a balloon-style impact system with this is only just going to weigh the lander down, because you need the engines to decelerate, right? And you might as well use the engines to land, right? Because adding a balloon, even though you use the engines to get all this way, why not just use the engines all the way down to the surface, right? Does that make sense? Yeah, something like that doesn't really make sense in this application. Yeah, don't get me wrong, it could be done, but you'd have to get your engines to stop above the lunar surface, inflate the bag, and then just fall. You could do that, but with the moon, dude, you're going to bounce and you're never going to stop bouncing. And the gravity on the moon is very, 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 very low. It's 1/6 of Earth. I believe it's like 1.6 meters a second per second, as opposed to Earth, which is 9.81 meters a second per second, right? Because the gravity on the moon is so low, you're going to be bouncing forever, because there's nothing to stop you, right? Gravity isn't forcing you into the ground as much, so you'd just be bouncing forever. It would probably roll for like at least 4 or 5 miles. I'm not even kidding. Like, you'd be rolling for a long time. But yeah, hopefully that helps.
Left thrusters will fire or stop depending on the landing phase. When thruster is firing, it lights up blue. We'll explain more about this screen as we go along. Okay. And now, we'd like to take a moment to hear a message from one of our very special guests.
This is live, Endo, yes.
Here in person today. We're honored to welcome none other than Mr. Hiroshi Yamakawa, President of the JAXA, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. Mr. Yamakawa, thank you so much for being here.
I'm just keeping an eye on the on Starbase Live.
I am Hiroshi Yamakawa, President of JAXA.
Wow. That's the guy that runs the Japanese space program.
Quite a bit about my speech.
Yamakawa-sama.
I'm overwhelmed by your passion at the moment. First of all, I would like to offer words of congratulations to everyone who has been working so hard to welcome this day. CEO and founder, Mr. Hakamada, and everyone at iSpace, everyone associated to this event. Up until today, I know all of you made hard effort to come to this point.
What?
And many missions and projects we have undertaken at JAXA. We have welcomed many guests like this, so I understand how you feel right now. Quite nervous and thrilled and excited, I'm sure, but at the same time, very excited and passionate about what's going to happen. I feel the same. I'm so looking forward to this. And I have a chance to speak with you. I speak with everyone in the industry every week, and lots of people from all over the world, and lots of people talk about your venture, your project, this Hacked 2 event or project. I'm so looking forward to what's going to happen today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Yamakawa.
And what makes today's landing event even more special is that we're connected to 3 global venues. In addition to our venue here in Otemachi, Tokyo, we're also connected with iSpace's offices in Luxembourg and Denver, Colorado, as well as in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States. So first, let's start our live check-ins. First up in Luxembourg. This year marks the 20th anniversary.
We have offices in Tokyo and Luxembourg and Denver. Can you turn the stream up?
As they prepare for landing. The Tenacious rover heading to the moon was developed by iSpace's European office with the support of LSA, and if today's landing succeeds, it will become the first European rover to drive on the lunar surface. Many VIPs, including representatives from the Luxembourg government and the European Space Agency, are watching the resilient landers descent in person at the venue, and today we are hearing comments from 3 distinguished guests. Versus the CEO of the Luxembourg Space Agency, Mr. Marc Serres, and the Director of Commercialization, Industry and Competitiveness at the European Space Agency,
Big BQD event.
And then also the Dr. Julian Lubman.
Or OLM then, excuse me.
Hello, everyone. How is the atmosphere in Luxembourg?
Once again, come on, make some noise. There we go. Got to get it up there. Got to get it up there.
Come on. Wow, that is intense. Thank you so much. And then just what's new in space in Luxembourg and Europe?
Yeah, thank you everyone for joining us from all over the world here in Luxembourg. This means a lot. We have several hundred people here in this movie theater and another movie theater behind me. And of course, everybody came here to witness the landing of Resilience, but also cheer for Tenacious. Tenacious has spent 5 months in space. It's really eager to stretch its legs and go for a ride on the moon. Tenacious means a lot to the crowd here. It was built in Luxembourg by our team, iSpace Europe. Shout out to iSpace Europe, please. And of course, to build a lunar rover in Luxembourg, the first lunar rover in Luxembourg, the first European-built rover to have gone into space. It takes a lot of talent, it takes a great team, also takes the support, trust, and I would say love from the European Space Agency.
Hey guys, I ain't trying to hate on iSpace or anything. I just have a question that was kind of piquing my mind. Is this like TED Talk style business meeting summit stuff still cool? I don't know. I'm just, yeah. Is that like still cool? Like, oh, that's the avenue for learning information. It was never cool. All right, cool. All right. I'm just, no. All right.
We provide telemetry and tracking.
Making sure it wasn't just me.
Essential infrastructure for lunar exploration operations. So we are
like these Steve Jobs style like presentation, corporate meeting things. Like just okay. I'm just making sure.
This is, as you know, what we are really
You'd
eager
rather
to
this
do
than
at
nothing?
ESA,
Fair.
and also to support eventually a sustainable European and Japanese presence on the moon.
What are these
so
people-
this
what-
is really good. And
What's
last,
going on?
I think Tenacious is hopefully a very successful technological
People
achievement,
walking
but
in the
beyond
shot.
the technology, it's also, once again, a symbol of the future of lunar exploration. So very happy to be with you.
Thank you, Geraldine.
So, of course, I'm
Agreed,
very
yes.
happy, and I think all the team is very happy to be here tonight and part of this really amazing event. It's a very emotional moment to be here and to be connected with you in Japan, to watch this memorable moment. As you heard, there is a lot of excitement, but at the same time, a lot of tension here. We are all sort of looking at what will happen now in a few minutes. This is not only, of course,
In a few
this
minutes.
very
He doesn't know when it's
important
landing.
moment for iSpace, but I think for us it's also a way to celebrate a very good cooperation with another country, with Japan. I think this is something that is very close to our heart. We believe that cooperation is one of the component, the ingredients of success in space. And we have
the
said it
dang
several
wheel.
times, this is difficult to go to space. And so this is a really remarkable achievement. Whatever happens, I think we would like here to very warmly congratulate iSpace and the teams behind, because this is an incredible achievement, doing what they have done just in 8 years. I think it's just exceptional, and so we are extremely proud as well to be here and to share these great moments with you.
I'm with you, Aqua.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. When we start our
Let's do
aerospace
this.
company, dude, that's what we're doing.
Thank you very much to everyone in Luxembourg and to our entire iSpace Europe crew. 皆さん、ありがとうございます。
Thank you, everyone. Let me briefly summarize what we just heard. So we heard that 750 people have gathered in Luxembourg to witness this historic moment, and there's great anticipation for future collaboration on commercial mission under international cooperation. And the ESA is supporting iSpace's mission too by providing ground station services, and emphasized that this mission is a powerful example of promoting commercial innovation and new space. Tenacious is not only a technological achievement, but also represents Europe's role in shaping the future of lunar exploration. And LSA has supported iSpace's challenge from an early stage, especially in the context of lunar exploration. And they mentioned also that the development of a Tenacious rover is the result of Luxembourg's robust space industry and strong international partnerships. Thank you, everybody in Luxembourg, and then go Tenacious. Right, thank you from myself too. And next, let's head over to our U.S. venue in Washington,
little bit later, LS,
D.C.
yeah.
We've set up a public viewing event. So government officials, representatives from NASA and other space agencies based in Washington, and members of iSpace US are gathered to watch the M2 landing. Today we will be hearing from the following speakers: the NASA Office of International Interagency Relations and our Deputy Associate Administrator, Ms. Karen Fulstein, Commercial Space Flight and Federation President, Mr. David Cavosa, and iSpace US Chairman, Mr.
Hello,
Ron
everyone. Are you
Garrett.
ready to land on the moon?
Dude, she has no accent.
Are you ready to land on the moon?
Why did they translate that? He spoke perfect English.
Hey guys, we can't hear you. It's possible that you have to turn on your audio feed. Sorry about that.
This stuff happens. I can confirm. Speaking from experience, that happens. It's American, that's why. You shut your filthy mouth.
少しちょっと音声がこちらには届いてないんですけれども。
はい、we can't hear you guys.
Oh,
yes,
we made a
now we
lot of
can hear
noise
you.
too.
Please, Ron, go ahead.
Luxembourg set the stage for us, and we had to get a higher bar. So thanks, Julian, for that. But we all here. We got about 150 people, very, very excited people gathered here in Washington D.C. So let's all say hi.
His mic's got a compressor on it, so it didn't pick it up again.
Yes.
Oh, super. So, like I said, we got a whole bunch of people here. We're all really, really excited. So far, we've been talking about the historic significance of the regolith transfer that we're going to do and how innovative activities like that, innovative programs like the NASA CLIPS program is going to spark a commercial lunar market that's going to allow us to take off exponentially in our development of the moon, of our exploration of the moon, and that's going to lead to a significant permanent human presence on the moon for the benefit of all.
Booster 16 starting tanking.
I've already mentioned, I'm joined here by Karen Feldstein, NASA's Associate Administrator in the Office of International and Interagency Relations, and Dave Cabosa, the President of the Commercial Space Federation. And Karen, do you have some words you want to say to our global iSpace team, to people that are viewing from all around the world?
Love to. Thank you. First of all, greetings to Tokyo, and if you can hear us in Luxembourg, it is incredibly exciting to celebrate this moment together with our partners all over the world. We are so excited to see this mission today. You've talked about these big milestones. We are so proud at NASA of our CLIPS program and the stimulation we've given to creating this lunar economy and creating a predictable environment. So important to operating at the moon. We have also inspired our president to propose for NASA the commercial Mars payload system as well to launch robotic precursor missions to the Martian surface. So on and on we go. We know now astronauts from Japan will walk with America on the surface of the moon through Artemis, and that we'll learn how to live and work together on another world. So we celebrate all of you, all of the amazing engineers and scientists watching tonight. Good luck, iSpace.
Thank you, Karen. Dave, would you like to add some words to that?
I ain't saying nothing.
Thank you, Ron. The current golden age of space exploration didn't happen by chance. Advocates and policymakers in the United States and throughout the world have worked for decades to open space to commercial space exploration and public-private partnerships, just like we're watching today. We've worked for decades to commercialize and make space launch affordable. We've worked for decades, and to be honest, we're still working to ensure that commercial entities like iSpace can launch and operate safely in space through common sense policies, best practices, and reasonable regulations. We are stronger and can achieve more together with these dynamic public-private partnerships that leverage private investment and industry's innovation. Godspeed resilience.
All right, with that, back to you, Kevin-san and Takaki-san, and Godspeed resilience, Godspeed tenacious. We're going to do this. All right.
Washington, D.C., thank you so much.
Right, thank you very much, everybody. We're out there in Washington, D.C. Here's what we just heard. So first, NASA is working to strengthen partnerships both domestically and internationally. One key example is the Artemis Accords, which now has around 50 signatory countries. Japan was among the first 8 nations to sign. NASA has also expressed a strong support for iSpace's mission 2, with high expectations that a resilience lander and a tenacious rover will make important contributions to our understanding of the moon. And the Commercial Space Flight and Federation is working to expand the Earth's economic sphere, reinforce U.S. leadership in aerospace, and inspire the next generation of engineers and explorers. And they are highly valuing the iSpace's continued effort in lunar exploration, and they noted that its innovative technologies and persistence mission progress are advancing the development of the cislunar economy. Thank you, everybody from Washington, and thank you for joining us.
That translator's were hopeful. I hope that translator gets paid. That was a lot to translate very quickly.
Connected to the viewing event at iSpace US headquarters in Denver, Colorado. And as we heard earlier from the team in Washington, iSpace US is currently preparing for Mission 3.
And Denver is coming live to us on a potato.
Today's landing.
Excited about today's landing. iSpace US crew. I like it. There's just a little bit of a time lag, but the team in Denver is also pumped up too, and absolutely. And let's take a look at the video message from Elizabeth in Christ.
You think so, Marcel?
iSpace US.
My name is Elizabeth Christ, CEO of iSpace US. Today marks an important milestone, not just for iSpace, but for our industry and humanity's continued journey beyond Earth. iSpace Mission 2 represents an immense amount of collaboration, persistence, and innovation
Graham, you here?
that has come into this extraordinary mission.
In chat?
I am so grateful and humbled for the iSpace team that has come together to get this far, literally almost to the moon. Here in the US, we are also working on our first US mission and subsequent missions that are building upon the history and heritage from Mission 1 and Mission 2. We are very excited and proud of this incredibly capable team.
You remember what I told
that is
you.
Designing and developing our Apex 1.0 lunar lander and Alpine and Lupine relay satellites, currently set to lift off in 2027.
Never lie,
As part
dude.
of Team Draper
Ever.
Mission 1, we are so proud
Ever.
to be part of the team that delivers NASA's scientific payloads as well as commercial payloads to the far side of the moon. And finally, thank you to the iSpace team, family and friends for coming together and supporting
right,
each
Mark.
other and getting one step closer to expanding our planet, expanding our future.
Thank you, Elizabeth and the Denver crew.
Yes, the potato is communicating.
Well, thank you again to Elizabeth
What
and everyone in
compression is
Denver,
this?
And thank you as well to the entire iSpace and the US team for watching and supporting that M2 landing. This truly shows how iSpace operates as a private
2011
company within a
MacBook.
global network,
For
bringing
real.
together around 1,500 people across 4 international locations to support this mission. And this live stream, both the Japanese and an English versions, is being watched by a large audience around the world.
Yeah, Comcast.
Thank you all so much for your incredible support from all corners of the world. Thank you.
That's pretty good, man.
Well, now that we've felt the incredible energy of support from around the world, and we have another very special message to share. We're honored to present a message from the 32nd U.S. Ambassador to Japan, Ambassador George Glass, who assumed his post just this spring.
Embassy of the United States.
Greetings from one mission control to another.
What?
I'm George Glass, United States Ambassador to Japan. I know how nervous you all must be feeling right now as you wait for the Resilience lander to touch down. And in 1969, I sat transfixed like millions around the world watching Apollo 11 lunar module land on the moon. But the toughest part of that was the waiting for Neil Armstrong to open the hatch, descend the ladder, and take those historic first steps for mankind. While I'm unable to be there with you on behalf of the United States, I want to wish Hakamada-san and the entire iSpace team the very best of luck. You embody the same pioneering and resolute spirit that launched the Apollo program and all those missions that have sought to push back the frontiers of space. The United States and Japan have already accomplished so much together and in our exploration and understanding of space. And this mission, which began with the SpaceX rocket lifting off from Kennedy Space Center in January, takes us further on that trajectory. iSpace's achievements are helping pave the way for an American astronaut to walk on the moon again, and this time with a Japanese astronaut by their side. Just as we are learning and building together, we are dreaming together as well, limited only by our imagination. Thank you and good luck. The world is rooting for you.
Embassy of the United States, Tokyo, Japan.
Ambassador Class, thank you very much for the wonderful message. And
I'm telling you, Baranok, the static fires is going to be at the exact same time as the landing, dude. It's going to be the exact same
One more
time.
very special guest, Rico. Could you do the honors? Of course. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you today the Minister of State for Space Policy of the Cabinet Office and member of the House of Representatives, Minister Minoru Kiuchi. Minister Kiuchi, thank you very much for joining us today. Good morning, everyone. I am also excited and nervous. I'm truly honored and happy to witness this historical moment with all of you, this historical challenge by iSpace, and also great expectations for our
They have towels
space
that have the name of the
industry
lander.
of Japan. Feeling that very vividly.
Actually, it looks
The lander's
pretty
name
good.
is
It's pretty good quality.
Resilience. As you know, just as the name suggests, Mission 2 is a re-challenge, a bold attempt to return to the moon drawing strength from last year's experience. And I'm hoping that it can take some images of the Earth from the surface of the moon. Quite nervous and excited. And
About 20 minutes, Redbeard, till touchdown.
Messages from people all around the world, or for the people from from the world. This is not just a challenge, but it's a great challenge of people who will never quit or never give up.
Never give up.
Event from around the world. This is more than just a landing. This is a call for those who never give up. Let's witness this historic moment together. Thank you. ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
ありがとうございました。Kiuchi-sama.
Mr. Kiuchi, thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Never give up!
Thank you so much, Mr.
God, I love
Kiuchi,
Japan.
Minister
Japan's
Kiuchi, for
amazing.
joining us
What a
today.
great place.
Now, Resilience lander is continuing its descent toward the lunar surface smoothly. Let's take a closer look at the landing process. Please watch this explanation from the Hector Mission Control Center team.
After configuring the spacecraft, the team will send a command to initiate the automatic descent sequence. Throughout this time, the spacecraft will slowly get closer to the surface of the moon while reducing its speed until finally...
No, they're landing on the close side. So I think they're landing in the northern hemisphere.
On the surface of the moon. At that time, the team will regain control and we'll start the preparations for the surface operations phase.
So just before we start the landing phase, we are about 100 kilometers above the surface of the moon, and then we start our first phase of the landing, which is the deorbit insertion. This is a very short fire from the lander, which basically tries to bring us closer to the surface of the moon. We come to around 18 to 25 kilometers to the moon. And once that finishes, we start the second phase of landing, which we call the coast descending phase. In this phase, the lander is basically just coasting around and trying to get closer and closer to the moon's surface. And then, right about when we are closest to the moon, which is around 18 kilometers, we start the third phase, which is the braking burn phase. This is the phase where we try to reduce the horizontal velocity as much as we can. We were going very fast, so we fire all of our thrusters, we burn very furiously, and then we try to reduce it as much as we can. And after a certain amount of time, we reach the fourth phase, which is the braking burn / pitch up phase. So we were horizontal before, now we are trying to become a little vertical to approach our landing site, and then we reach the fifth phase of our landing, which is the terminal descent phase. At this time, our lander is almost vertical. We have reduced almost all of the horizontal velocity, and now we are slowly approaching our landing site. After about just 20 meters or 10 meters above the surface, we reach the sixth phase, which is the terminal landing. At this point, we cut off our main engines and we are only landing slowly with the assist thrusters and trying to land as softly as we can on our landing site. And once that finishes, we are at the moon.
Thank you, everyone at the MCC, by the way.
That's how you do it, guys. So they have 6 downward-facing engines, supplementary engines, than a main one. They have a bunch of different motors because the type of motors that they're using, while very light and very simple in design, they don't throttle very well. So in order to get, different thrust to weight ratios. So like, as the lander's coming back down, right, they're draining fuel. So it's lowering its mass. So the same amount of thrust that's required for like deorbit is not the same amount of thrust that's required like right at the very end to land. Right, so you can toggle engines off or use them, like they said, for attitude control. Like if you fire one of the supplementary engines on the side, you can get a rotational rate from that. Yeah, that's why it has so many downward-facing engines. I knew someone was thinking about that.
Is also carrying a payload developed by National Central University in Taiwan, a device that measures radiation levels in space and on the lunar surface. This data will help improve the design of electronic components which are heavily affected by the space environment. Furthermore, there's a payload developed by Euglena, a company engaged in algae research and development. This experiment focuses on algae growth and could contribute to future food production in space. Resonance isn't carrying just specific payloads. It also includes cultural and artistic objects. Resonance carries a GOI Universal Century charter plate created as part of the Gundam Open Innovation Project led by the Bandai Namco Group.
What?
And finally, as a payload on the Tenacious rover, there's a small red art object called the Moon House, created by a Swedish artist. In addition to the payloads mentioned above, Resonance is also carrying a memory disk from UNESCO designed to preserve humanity's linguistic and cultural heritage. They are transporting quite a variety of things. Mission 2 is not only a technology demonstration for accelerating lunar development, but also a part of the HACTO-R program designed to validate iSpace's business model for lunar transportation services. Let's welcome someone who knows the resilience lander better than anyone. Joining us now is Mr. Yoshitsugu Hitachi, Executive Vice President of Engineering at iSpace and the lead for Mission 2 development.
Remember, it's 3 a.m. in Japan, so this guy looks like he's tired.
Mr. Hitachi,
3 a.m.
good evening or good morning or good day. I'm confused now. Well, I'd like to ask you about resilience that's now on its way to landing on the moon. Could you share with us, frankly, how you're feeling right now? Let's see. After Mission 1, in order to welcome today, we have been preparing so hard to be fully prepared for today. And earlier, I was a bit nervous, but on the stage, looking over you, all of you, I am beyond nervous. And what we as a team are trying to achieve, I am looking forward to that. I am rather excited. My heartbeat is so strong that it'll probably jump onto the moon. That's how excited and thrilled I am right now. It's been 2 years since Mission 1. So the development of the lander and the growth of the team, has there been any progress? Well, as was seen in the video footage at the beginning, we did not have a good luck in Mission 1. We did not succeed in lunar landing. However, in a sense, it was a successful experience for us because we are now able to leverage what...
Static fire should be around 215. Kate, the landing is at 217. Oh my goodness. The static fire is going to be within a couple minutes of the landing. Oh no. Do you guys mind if like we watch the landing and then check the static fire like after? I want to watch the telemetry if they show it.
Good, amazing leadership and followership.
Side by side.
With those, we have built a strong team spirit. And this is not just brown nosing. This is not to brown nose our team members, but every day I work with each member of the team, and I know how much they have put into this work through our daily conversation and seeing them every day, how they work. I know how passionate they are. Every day I feel that firsthand. The team is marvelous. It's amazing. Thank you. The team has grown so much more even. And another question that I have is regarding the engineers. I'm sure they're busy right now. What's the atmosphere like at the site or MCC? Yes, as was announced at the MCC earlier, the OI detachment or departure from the orbit has been completed, and right now it's going into the autonomous driving phase. So many different preparations are necessary for that, and that's very important. And they have been very busy because of that. But the moment to go into the autonomous driving, we have been preparing perfectly for that moment.
Ready?
And we'll just do what we have prepared for this moment. And after the landing, whatever happens, we should be able to cope with it. Because we're ready, we're prepared. That's why we've been very busy to make ourselves prepared for that. Okay, so at the moment, Resilience is autonomously proceeding with its landing sequence, and when it transitions to the next landing phase, it will adjust its thruster firings for attitude control and continue descending toward the lunar surface. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. We're so looking forward to it. Can't wait. Thank you, Hitachi-san. Mr. Hitachi.
Okay. Got the static fire over there. Moon landing over here.
We're just a moment away from landing. Only 15 minutes to go. Before that, let's hear from the team at MCC Tokyo about what's planned after touchdown.
After landing, the mission will continue as we support our customers in their surface operations and our colleagues in Luxembourg at the Mission Control Room, where they will be preparing
I
for the
ran out of
Tenacious
monitor
rover
space
deployment.
tray. Sorry.
The lunar surface is a whole new regime. It's a whole different world. On the surface, we'll be watching our power and temperature very closely until we say a final goodnight to Resilience.
After we pass the 48-hour mark of the initial surface operations, we enter a routine phase where all of us, the operations team, continue to monitor the spacecraft 24 hours while taking pictures, taking videos, and continue operating the rover.
レジリエンスランダーが月面に着陸した後、肺原因アンテナを展開し、着陸時に撮影した動画や写真を地上にダウンロードします。
Hey guys, you want to see something funny? Watch this, real quick. This is the news that Trey wanted me to see in the YouTube chat. Man, I should get paid for this. I should get paid, dude. I literally said that, like, verbatim, like an hour ago.
Go and throttle up.
Click on Elon's tweet. I know what this is in response to. What the hell's going on here, man? You gotta shit. What the hell?
Well, according to the schedule, we have about
Took the heck of a day to do space
13
news
minutes
early,
left
huh?
until Resilience lands. Everyone here at the venue and watching online, it's almost time.
Okay.
It's really
All right.
exciting. Let's hear your excitement. You know, there you have your Resilience pals. You know, we just now heard the the announcement. Braking burn phase. So the phase 3 braking burn has just started.
We'll talk more about that later, after the booster static fire and the landing, okay?
To decelerate. So 2,000 kilometers per hour, is now will rapidly be decelerated. Right. I hope that this excitement of this venue is coming through on the stream as well. We're just moments away from Japan's and Asia's first ever private lunar landing. Now, even if mission 2 ends in a successful landing, that doesn't mean it's the final goal for iSpace. That's right. I'd like us to...
I'm already noticing something a little weird. They do not have a velocity indicator on their telemetry. But they had altitude. That does not bode well, not knowing how fast you're going. I don't mean to be a dick, but yeah. I don't know if that's a telemetry-driven animation. I would be inclined to say that it probably is telemetry-driven, meaning it's picking up right off of what they're receiving. Because if it was a telemetry-driven animation, they wouldn't not have velocity, right? Or if it was just a baked animation, like it's like, oh, this is what we think the lander's doing. This is how fast we think it's going, or this is how fast it should be going right now. It wouldn't have been blank. But if it is telemetry-driven animation, that's a problem. Because that means the thing doesn't know how fast it's going. That could be a problem.
Is incredibly important, but just as important is the
could be nothing.
That our iSpace is committed to going to the moon again and again. And we do have this, after mission 2, we plan to launch in mission 3 and mission 4 towards the moon by 2027. Right. And so we'll be using the Apex 1.0 lander, this image, and our Series 3 lander
Inertial
for
navigation
those
is what it's
missions.
called,
We
Trapper.
actually have a video of the latest prototype of the Series 3 lander. Right. So this is currently under development. Series 3, cool looking, and it's even larger than the current and resilience lander, standing over 3 meters tall, and it's designed to carry several hundred kilograms of clients and payload to the moon, much more than before. And instead of the 4 to 5 months it used to take, this new model will reach the moon in just about 1 month. You're actually doing everything in a very fast speed. And it's really important that we prepare future missions. Without these future missions, we can't really leverage all these learnings that we get from a mission 2. And even if a mission 2 doesn't result in a successful landing, the next mission lined up means that we will have a direct way to apply the insights and the data. Right, so that's the very spirit of never quit the lunar quest, right? So we're going to continue going to the moon, getting to the moon. So please, be with us throughout the journey.
I made it fit.
Well, it's almost time for the landing.
I made it fit.
So 9 L minus 9 minutes. And so let's have, the CEO founder, Hakamada-san, coming on stage.
Hakamada-san. Hamada, auto. You know.
Good morning, Hakamada-san. Good morning, everybody. Luxembourg and US members, good evening. Well, this is, finally we're here. How are you feeling right now? Well,
the landing here is at 17 past the hour, so we're at 9 past the hour right now, so it's very close. We're inside, 10 minutes.
And mission 2, even before, this is amazing that we have come this far.
The booster static fire is scheduled for 15 past the hour. So we're going to get a booster static fire here and then a landing right after it, which is why
we could.
we have the side-by-side view.
With everybody with confidence, trusting everything.
We got side-by-side
here.
I got Big Starbase Live. with small lunar lander,
Right.
and then big lunar lander with small Starbase Live.
Sharing what's in your mind.
We're covering the
Each and
spread.
every day, every lesson that we've learned is being put to use in this mission to lunar landing. And
That's venting from SBL, guys.
yes, and I'd like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank everyone who has consistently
watch this
supported
drive.
iSpace all over the world, and then because of your support that we've been able to take on these challenges. And this is a really late at night or early in the morning, and so many of you are here with us.
Or right in the afternoon.
And so many people in Luxembourg and in US. I'm just really excited that we have so many peers and friends and families and everyone who's expecting.
They've acquired telemetry velocity. I saw it on the monitor up there.
iSpace. And so great support, great excitement, and great expectations. So this long journey has been long, and it's been a tremendous, endless support. And so to our partner companies, payload and the customers and the clients, government bodies, space agencies, shareholders, financial institutions, suppliers, investors, media members. And the list goes on, and employees, and all these iSpace members.
Well, it's a static fire. They're going to test fire the
those,
booster.
the member dear and near to our members. We are really grateful. We're very happy. And I'd also like to thank MSBC for their support as an official partner of Hakuto R, and for providing this wonderful venue.
Need to see those damn monitors. Figure out what's going on.
So engineers has been at the core, and we've been doing everything we possibly could. And let's witness and let's experience this moment. And I'm just
I'm trying to look across the spread of monitors, dude. I'm like, looks like I'm watching a tennis match over here.
And I hope that you will continue to be a part of it. Well, thank you, Hakamada-san. Well, it's almost time. It's L-5 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna run ads right now, dudes, on Twitch, so you don't get ads during the landing or static fire. See you on the other side.
Live commentary from Hitachi-san alongside of our leading landing simulation footage. So where are we? So in terms of phase, we're already in the third phase, the braking burn phase, and 1,800 kilometers per hour. It was 5,000 kilometers per hour, and then it's drastically less. And now we're 10 kilometers in altitude, and looks quite distant from the surface, but it actually the deceleration is really fast.
Armin Jill,
so please.
Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up.
So after this becomes less than a 10 kilometer, it's going to be even faster. How
propellant loading is done. BQD purge out
on par with our
on
plan.
Star.
And
The booster is at Starbase is being done.
30 kilometers or 40 kilometers, away from the landing site. So we're very, very close already. All right, thank you very much for the explanation. And then those at the venue, those online, time to touch down on the screen. Even this shows 0, and even altitude shows 0. We don't know if the has successfully landed. It would look the successfully landed on the simulation, but we need to verify the state of the lander.
3 minute 35 to touchdown for a Kudo RM2. Booster is 1 minute out from static fire.
As soon as you see number 0, but it'd be great. And if you can wait, we will hear the live announcement over the speaker, and let's celebrate when we hear the official announcement. So this is going to be very quiet moment, waiting for the very, very special moment. But Well, you see this, altitude is only 5 kilometers and the speed is much less. It's like
And we'll talk about it after all this. A lot of space news today, dude.
So 500 kilometers per hour is, yeah.
2 minute 50 to touchdown. Lander speed 500 kilometers an hour, 3,600 meters off the deck.
It's less than a 4 kilometer. All the thrusters are working perfectly, is how I see on the screen. So now it's less than a 400 kilometer per hour, and it's only 3 kilometers in altitude. This is a bullet train kind of speed, so you can probably imagine what it's like. This is everything is working out great. The lander is going to start changing the attitude. Yes.
That's not pointing towards the ground, dudes.
Now you're seeing this sideways, but it's going to be going to be standing horizontally, and this is the simulation. So we're almost
237 kilometers an hour, 992 meters off the deck. 2 minutes to landing. Booster 15 static fire or booster 16 static fire should be happening now.
Line is showing where the sun is. The white line is indicating the direction of the line.
The BQD vent turned back on.
We can't see the numbers, but that's just, the communication, telecommunication.
They lost telemetry.
Pitch up in a phase. So we are moving into the phase 4. So telemetry figures are not coming, but we are continuously getting this announcement from MCC. I think it's working.
She's dead. It blew up. Calling it now.
Just a little more. So it's less than a minute until the scheduled landing time.
I'm telling you, man, it started to turn over. It started to turn upright. That thing crashed into the ground.
Less than a minute away.
Grande viejo y peludo.
Very nerve-wracking moment. Everyone's super concentrated.
You can't park here.
Looking at the lander on the screen.
What happened? I saw the lander starting to pick up a rotational rate on the pitch axis. See, Kraken? In the last bit of telemetry that they got, the engines were pointing towards the sky, relative to the lunar ground. That could have been telemetry screwing up, but it seems to be a telemetry-driven animation, so I'm not sure.
Patient and wait.
It might be okay, but I'm gonna put my eggs into the it just crashed into the ground basket.
Scheduled time, and we're still verifying the state, confirming how it is on the surface.
On the other hand, fellas, it could have just been a telemetry. It could just be telemetry when the lander tips over to initiate its final slowdown and landing. The antennas could have been pointed in the wrong direction. So we'll see. Right now, they're going to try to point the antennas at the landing site, and they're waiting for a ping back if it's not destroyed. If it's not paint on the ground.
Nervous luck on everyone's face in MCC. They're confirming the communication with the resilience lander. It might take some time before
BQD OLM vent is open
again
on the Starbase side of things. And it looks like the booster static fire vented down, guys. It looks like they brought the tanks down from flight level, so they didn't static fire. They aborted. Last piece of valid telemetry I saw was going 150 kilometers an hour, 50 meters off the deck. I'm pretty sure she's dead, dude. Pretty sure that's it, but we'll wait for an official word. So much hard work. If Knucklehead, this happens, man. Stuff fails. Deal with it. Seriously, like, I know that sounds like a dick thing to say, but that's how you gotta treat spaceflight.
Confirming.
All right. So what? Are you gonna get mad at physics? Physics didn't do nothing wrong.
Members more crowded than its normal.
I think it crashed all systems. They lost. So the lander was coming in, and I saw it do this.
So it can.
And then they lost signal.
Time, right? That's
like if these are the downward-facing engines, the lander's coming down like this, and then we saw it with the telemetry-driven animation do something like that, and then they lost
I
signal.
think we need some time before.
Last numbers you saw in the VOD is speed 0, altitude minus
people
223.
in the venue and those who are watching online.
Why is it so hard to land on the moon? They did it 60 years ago with an abacus. They got lucky, crew. I'm serious. It is extraordinarily difficult.
Right, so we've...
But then again, the computers couldn't land the stupid thing on the moon 56 years ago either. Neil had to take manual control because the lander would have landed them on some rocks. To think of it like this way, the autopilot of a plane is trying to land you on top of a skyscraper. You probably should not do that. Probably should steer it and find a runway. So, I'm just saying. They cut the audio and started showing B-roll. It's dead, Jim. Landing on the moon is easy if you have a pilot, but that doesn't mean that they didn't, eventually do automated landings later on in the moon missions. But that was only after they had manual data on how to land one by hand. Yeah, they're just showing B-roll of people assembling the lander. I know SpaceX is busy with other stuff, but maybe use Tesla FSD on these puppies to make the last bit successful. True, that's actually not a bad idea. So Tesla full self-driving, dude, is what's called a relative navigation system as opposed to an inertial navigation system. This lander was using an inertial guidance system. Now, what does that mean? The inertial guidance system means that the computers aren't physically looking for something, right? They're not looking for something. It's relying on, so the engine is going to make the accelerometers or the inertial measuring units on board, they're going to make it move, right? It's going to pick up that acceleration or deceleration. And it extrapolates position from all of the acceleration and deceleration from when it launched. That's how it knows where it is. So it knows where it isn't. That's what that meme is about, if you've heard the missile knows where it is. Tesla is a form of relative navigation where the computer is trained on images, right? Right? That technology comes from NASA. Yeah, fun fact. Relative navigation systems were first used by NASA way before Tesla's full self-driving. I'm not saying that Elon got the idea from it, because what Tesla is doing with their relative navigation system is kind of employing it in scale, right? But that's the idea. You could say that a person piloting the thing down, Neil Armstrong taking manual control and looking out the window, is a biological relative navigation system. Relative navigation systems like Vesta on Starliner, or the TRN that it was used to land the Perseverance rover on Mars, are, well, yeah, you might have a good point, but that's not anything new. They've used them. I don't think that relative navigation has found its way into the commercial landing market. I'm not sure. I mean, there are applications of relative navigation out there that have been used in commercial marketing, or commercial space programs, commercial rocket endeavors, we'll say. Blue Origin's New Shepard originally used inertial navigation, and then a NASA experiment retrofitted it with relative navigation. Blue Origin's New Shepard booster uses relative. The booster is actually looking for the landing site, and it flies and lands to it. Oh yeah, Maston Space Systems, well, it's not Maston anymore, it's Astrobotic, use their Zodiac VTVL testbed lander with that same relative navigation system from NASA to pioneer the landing technology. But yes, you're absolutely right. You know, a relative navigation system like full self-driving for Tesla is something that's becoming way commercially available now. I don't think that tech has really gotten to commercial space flight just yet. But yeah, dude. Oh yeah, relative navigation for the win, man. He also tested the prototypes. That's right, Kuro. Humans are good at judgment of speed and relative distance. Computers are good at fine control. Best to have both for a landing. Fly by wire, which is what Apollo had. I agree. I wonder if the relative nav plus sensor fusion to cover 1 or 2 bad data streams will be the way to go. I don't know, man. Aqualex, it's very clear to me, to an extent, that, you know, maybe we should still pick up where we left off, and picking up where we left off had humans in the loop. I'm just putting it out there, man. But yeah, crew, that's a very astute thing to say. I absolutely agree. Yeah, that would probably be a better thing than inertial, because with inertial, the computer is kind of making a guess on where the ground is, right? With relative, it can see the ground. So think about like a pilot flying instrument flight rules versus a pilot flying IFR versus VFR, right? Only you're flying IFR with no ILS or RNAV or VNAV. Getting the autopilot to land the plane on a runway without any, you know, just using an INS on a plane, I mean, it's possible. You could do it. We have a lot more experience doing that. But that speaks to why, I mean, and maybe that'll work on the moon someday, but that speaks to why I said a little bit earlier, like, okay, it blew up. So what? Make another one. Make another one. You just found a way to not do it. Once you have that perspective, believe me, guys, failing is the most cathartic freaking thing. You'll fail at something miserably and you'll be like, oh man, I could have done this so much better. Are there any software engineers out there? Any software engineers out there? You know exactly what I'm talking about. You code it once and they're like, dude, this could be so much better. And then you go to the project manager and say, hey, let me redo this. We could make it so much better. And they say, no, it's not in the budget. Too real, huh? Too real? Too real? Yeah, but that's the idea. Failing is the best way. It's the best way to learn. Booster detanking. Yep, probably not going to get a static fire today unless SpaceX turns on that BQD vent. Uh-oh. Update.
So, apologies for keep you waiting, but we're still confirming the state. It'd be great, and if you can wait with us just a little more.
That's right, cats. So, I mean, crew, I don't know if a relative navigation system on M3 is necessarily the right move. You have more experience with inertial at this point, right? Maybe get inertial working. Better yet, maybe put a relative system on the back, but maybe you don't have the budget for that. You know, like, no, we don't have the budget. You know? Even with the 2-second delay, I bet modern communications will let us do human-in-the-loop landings. That would be really hard to do. How about we just put somebody on it? Can you replace the booster with Elon's Twitter feed? All right, I'm going to get rid of the double box, guys, and revert back to my original configuration here. Give me one moment. All right, I'm just fixing all the windows here. I'm going back to my default view with YouTube chat, stage left, Twitch chat stage right. Reverse that for you guys. So Elon just decided to pick a fight with the president, so, you know, that's good, I think. Check Tesla. Buy the dip, dudes. Buy the dip. What are they trading at? Right now, Tesla's at 281. 15% down on today, minus 50 shares. Or minus 50. Dude, someone's gonna make millions off of that. It's not good. It's gonna rebound. Calling it now. This is not financial advice. You want to learn. There's plenty of good stock trading streams out there. The Stock Guy is a good example. Shameless plug for Stocky. Don't get your trading advice from me. Yeah, it's up 284, dude. It's freaking diamond hands, man. Have we learned nothing? Have we learned nothing from GameStop? Look at the Elon tweet I just sent you. You guys are creepy. You're acting like I haven't seen this. Holy shit! I have not seen that one. Dude, what the? Oh my goodness. What is happening? Oh. Oh. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. What the, bro, what the, ah. Yeah. Holy. What the? Oh my God. What the hell? Dude. What? Oh, 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 my God. Oh, bro. What the fuck? What the hell? What the f-
So those who know who is in the venue and those who are watching online, and I know that a lot of you have joined us in a very extreme time of the day. And how's the situation? So, we haven't been able to confirm, but the MCC members will continuously attempt to communicate with the lander, and we will be reporting you the latest state in the media interviewing that's scheduled in a few hours. So we need to
we're getting info from the lander.
The lunar quest is, the spirit would like to keep, in finishing this, the live streaming for now.
Wait, hold up. I gotta back it up.
You have so those who's in the venue, and those who are watching online, and I know that a lot of you have joined us in a very extreme time of the day. And how's the situation? So we haven't been able to confirm, but the MCC members will continuously attempt to communicate with the lander, and we will be reporting you the latest state in the media interview.
Yeah, okay, she's dead. Yeah, it crashed, guys. It crashed. I don't think this landed and tipped over. It crashed. It exploded. It's not in one piece anymore. Yeah. Major news: Steelers finally sign Aaron Rodgers. What, John? Tell me you're freaking with me. What is with today? What is happening? What is going on? What the frick? What? What is happening? What? What is going on? Oh my goodness. I don't know what's happening. One-year contract, so then it's another team and then retire. What? The simulation is broken.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
You just skipped to the sub to total chaos. Yes, that's right. What the hell is happening here? I missed everything. Please, what happened? Dude. See, Kraken, Elon and the president are mom and dad are fighting. See, Kraken, I don't. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Man.
This is space. I'm in space.
I don't. Hokey, thank you for gifting the sub. Sebby with 106. Dude, I don't know what's going on. You know what? I'm trying to figure this out. I have no idea. So, okay, I'll try to put it in the thing. Elon doesn't like Trump's big beautiful bill. Elon doesn't like it. He left the White House last week. He doesn't work for the president. He's not a special employee anymore. He doesn't like the big beautiful bill. He said it's a deficit increase disguised as debt relief. Trump doesn't like that. He says that's, why you're ungrateful. You wanted the EV mandate and I pulled it. Basically, it's negotiating terms, saying, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't do the EV mandate. You're just mad that the bill doesn't have the EV mandate, et cetera, et cetera. Elon said, I don't care. The bill sucks and you know it. And the president said, fine, maybe I'll just pull all of SpaceX's contracts. And he said, freaking do it. Do it. Do it. And then he posted this right after that. So, I don't know what's going on anymore. The president, Dan, Yeah, you left out him removing Jared for no reason. I think Elon's pretty pissed off about that. You burned down the house. I burned down the house in Summer Car. It's all connected, man. It's a sign. Hydrolox, I don't even think that's the right question to ask right now. I don't. I don't. I'm sorry, guys. I got nothing. Dude, we are. What the hell? All right. So, go ham. I'm not. Marcel, 23 months at cardiac arrest. I went outside of my pickup truck, my takeaway, and I come back to the. Yep, no, Well, this is overrule age. Pivot to something good. Jeb joke. No. I will. It has to do with space, man. I don't. I don't delve into this unless I have to, but I think it's particularly important because they talked about space flight contracts. The president threatened to pull the entire contracting system, all of SpaceX's contracts. So, what does that mean? If I had to guess, he would. So, guys, all right. EJ, the ever optimist here. This might not be a bad thing. Okay? Keep in mind, it is way too early to weigh in on the repercussions of these events. Okay? Way too early to weigh in on any of this. We got to see how this plays out, especially with what Elon just said about the president, etc., etc. Now, why? Why is that a big... Why could this be good? Well, as I predicted, with Jared Isaacman being out, my guess was that the budget proposal for NASA, and I said this before this sequence of events happened, probably about 3 hours ago. And I said it yesterday on Space News, if Jared Isaacman is out as NASA administrator, that would mean because Elon wanted him to be there and the president did it. That would mean that your budget proposal for NASA reflects what you wanted Jared Isaacman to do when he was at NASA. Does that make sense? You have a goal, you put forth a budget for said goal. The goal was to lean heavy into commercial programs, okay? That was the goal. It was pretty obvious with that 8,000 person job, $4 billion defund of NASA, right? Right? Am I wrong? No, I'm not. Now that Isaacman is out of the picture, I had theorized, and like I said it today. I said it today if you go back in this exact VOD. I said today that budget proposal probably does not reflect the White House's current goals for NASA because those goals, the budget proposal put forth by the White House was based off of Isaacman being there. With him not being there, it's probably not going to be as gutting for NASA. All right? Now, since Uncle Elon and Uncle Donald are fighting with each other now, you know what Elon's going to do. He won't back down because he's a stubborn melon farmer. And the president is also a stubborn melon farmer, to be very nice, to be diplomatic. I don't care what you think of either one of them, all right? I don't care. Listen, all right? So, because they're both stubborn, if he pulls all of SpaceX's contracts, well, one, that's really funny, because how are you going to get your 400-ton space station out of orbit? Because you're not doing that without SpaceX. But what that could potentially mean is that the president, out of spite, would end up funding an entire in-house NASA human human exploration mission. That's why this might not be a bad thing. Granted, it's way too early to weigh in on this. However, if he does, that could do exactly what I want SLS to do. He could end up championing the Artemis program because it was Elon's idea to get rid of it. Do it out of spite. Does that sound out of character for anyone here? I don't think so. I don't think so. What may have just happened, guys, is a space race, not between governments, but between the commercial market and government programs. That is a conceivable outcome of these events. That is not out of the realm of possibility. I'm saying it here right now. That's what I think is going to happen. These events happened 30 minutes ago. Do you think the military is really going to let him cut all those contracts, though? No, I never did, Bream. I mean, military, maybe. I don't know. I can't speak to that. I have no idea. I think that is a possible outcome. I really do not think that the president will pull all of SpaceX's contracts. If he did, you have nothing. To be very candid, he might revoke the FAA license now. Who's your pick for Rook's Aldrin buddy when he lands on the moon? Garrett Reisman. But you don't think that the president would do anything to make it hard for SpaceX, like regulations and stuff? And torpedo his own FAA framework? Maybe. Maybe. It's possible. That is another possible outcome, dudes. I consider it highly unlikely. You can say whatever you want about the president. He's a stubborn melon farmer, but he also likes negotiating. That's what he does. He likes wheeling and dealing. Think like American Pickers. He likes wheeling and dealing. That's his thing. It's a negotiation. It always has been. This is just a negotiation. To him, at least. It's, you're just playing with like 18,000 jobs at NASA, as your chips on the poker table, so to speak. And Elon's calling him on it. He called him on it. Go ahead, pull the contracts. All right. You pull the contracts, you don't have a space program. Sorry, pal. And like I said, we could end up seeing a space race here between NASA and SpaceX, which, you know what, man? That's basically what I wanted. I think I got my money's worth out of this deal. That's what I want. Yes, that's what needs to happen. What if he nationalizes SpaceX? I don't know, Dagson. I don't think he would do that. That would be very unprecedented. No way they can cancel the commercial crew and cargo, right? I mean, he could. It would be catastrophically bad. You'd end up tanking your own space program doing that. Do you guys understand why I say that SpaceX shouldn't be the only way for NASA to get to space, and NASA should have their own? Now, don't get me wrong. I very much agree with Elon at this point. Like, I think Elon, well, not agree. That's not the right way to say it. I think Elon has the chips here. Unless the president wants to put a NASA administrator in there that's going to get stuff done and fix NASA's problems and try to compete with SpaceX, or do something underhanded, I think Elon has all the chips here, and I think the president knows it. Personally, Yeah, maybe, Baron. Now, like I said, it could be a good thing. I mean, it's possible. Is that Kanye West? What is Kanye West saying? Bro, please no, we love you both so much. What is happening today? What the frick is going on, man? This is ridiculous. Like, thanks, Kanye. Very cool. What is happening? Like, I'm not even like dooming and glooming. I'm just sitting here like, what? Check Tesla stock. It went back up to 285 and it'll rebound because people will buy the dip because they're not stupid. Which one, cats? I just... I've never seen anything like this. Yeah, jeez, Ando. I don't... this is truly the funniest thing that I've seen from this. Yes. Oh my god, that's funny. Holy crap. That's awesome. Jesus Christ. What is happening? Oh my goodness. Now, here. I'm not the only one that thinks this could end up being a space race between SpaceX and NASA. Take a look. This is Christian Davenport. He's a reporter for the Washington Post. Also hearing that Senate Commerce may restore $10 billion in cuts to NASA's budget, including adding a $4.2 billion increase for SLS. Given the tiff between the president and Elon, you have to wonder if the White House will fight it. See what I mean? Please link that tweet. Sure. There you go. Tweet containing the word pig. I don't see anything. Yeah, the Bruins hired Marco Sturm as their head coach. That's cool. That also that happened today, ish. Presidential alert, the girls are fighting. Absolute cinema, dude. What is happening, man? Yeah, I saw it, Trey, yeah. Sometimes studying does pay off, I guess. Just did the test exam for your media technology exam in a few days and easily got 101 out of 120 points in the first attempt in 45 minutes. You got 120 minutes, basically a very similar exam on the big day. Studying works. Studying works, man. It's just tedious. It's not hard. It's tedious. That's all. Isn't this the second time they had a spat? Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I feel so freaking dirty covering this news, but it pertains to space, and that pisses me off that it pertains to space. But What is it a reply to, Cats? You never showed me. Is it in reply to the one I showed on the screen? Yeah, dude, I gotta take a shower after this. On top of all this, there's this in case there wasn't enough news today. That's cool. That has nothing to do with space, but yeah, this is gross. I don't like this at all. But I'll admit that I'm kind of enthralled, like not enthralled, kind of I'm interested to see how this plays out, so I'm kind of like, huh, you know, like yeah, to Elon. I don't see it, Cats. 4.2 billion basically single launch. 4.2 billion could scale your production pretty damn well, Hellfish. Just saying. I'm telling you, dude. I don't think. Look, speaking as a stubborn melon farmer, if I put myself into the president's mindset of being a stubborn melon farmer, I would say, fine, piss off. We don't need you. We'll do space without you. That's what I would say. Being a stubborn guy. I think the president could also be described as other things other than stubborn, but does that read? Excuse me, when Elon versus the president epic rap battle of history? Ross Chastain. Yeah. I don't see that, Cats, to be honest with you. Nothing to see here. Everybody stay calm. I'll have to applaud your ability to get through this and keep your sanity. Guys, like, I'm just like, whoa. Elon went for the jugular. Like, this escalated quickly. Dude, like, that's my only words I have for right now. Holy crap, that escalated quickly. Elon killed a guy. Yeah, there were two guys and a man on fire, and I stabbed a guy with a trident. Yeah, like I can't do a good Elon impression. He sounds too normal, but yeah, it like that escalated quickly. Yeah, that I would. Like, what the frick? Oh no, Ando. Oh, that's so mean, dude. Jeez. That's so messed up, man. Oh my goodness. Can I do the other guy's voice? Well, what do you think? Of course I can do the other guy's voice. What do you think? I've sat around here listening to him talk about space for extremely long periods of time. Yeah, of course I can, Dino. But you guys never hear that. I said, wow, that space is so big. I'm so glad you took today off, dude. What is happening? Big beautiful space. Dude, I can't do this, man. This is I'm breaking too many rules. I'm breaking too many of my own rules today. Like, laid out the window, man. I don't know. Maybe. Like, it's unavoidable, dudes. Like, what? How can we not talk about politics today? It's kind of important considering, the president threatened to pull all of SpaceX's contracts. That kind of has to do with space, so. Oh, the bigger rockets, they're orange. I can't do it I'm not doing it again, dude. I'm not doing it again. Can't see me. Is it guard time or the Kennedy speech or something? Can't see me. Is that the weirdest thing? Is that the weirdest thing, dude? you know, I'm not one to read into stuff like this too much, but if you guys listen to the beginning of this VOD, for some reason, I felt like listening to President Kennedy's 1962 speech at Rice University. I listened to it when I was on the way to the grocery store this morning. I don't know why I felt compelled to listen to it, but it just popped into my head. I'm like, you know what? I want to listen to that speech today. And yeah, that's weird. I don't know what that means, but that maybe decorum, perhaps. Like how it's needed. Cat, what is this? Cat, scroll down. No, there's not scroll down. What are you taught? What is this? Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Is the... Oh no. Yeah, that's Cats, that's where I tap out. This one. Yes. Yeah. I felt like listening to it today for some weird reason, but I think Sniper 90-month resub. Thank you. I just Kristen, I know we're breaking the political rule. I'm gonna ask to keep the topics relevant to spaceflight. If you could do me a solid. It's already chaos in here. Let's not burn the place down like my house in Summer Car. You know? I said that it was dynamite. I didn't say it was an easy read. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Kristen. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Like, this is ridiculous. I'm like, moon landing failure, booster static fire abort, the messiest breakup in history. I can't believe this is happening, Clever. This is... so tiring, dude. It's so freaking tiring. I think you should delete today's VOD. No. Why? Not deleting the VOD. Continuity is important, Tessa. Aaron Rodgers is joining the Steelers. What is happening? Like, what? Oh my God. Milge, that's just, this is absurd. This is ridiculous, man. Like, what is this? What is this? What's going on? Come on. Can we take a mulligan for today? I don't, dude, like. That was the talk of all offseason that Rodgers was going to the Steelers. You know, because he really made the Jets a better team. Just broke his leg and then took all their money, as is tradition for the Jets. Dude, you know, I'm a Patriots fan. I don't even hate Jets. I don't even hate the Jets. You like, how can you hate the Jets? Like, they hate themselves. They hate themselves more than you could ever hate them. So, like, I don't hate the Jets. I'm just like, okay. You're there. Now, don't get me wrong. The Pats suck too. Oh, we're god awful. Like, oh yeah, no, just I don't think we hate ourselves that much though.
Discovery, go throttle up.
Kind of like, okay, you know. Hey, Iron Spark, 46-month resub. You'll be good this year. I think the Patriots will do better this year, Doctor No. Sure. I don't think Mayo was the answer. As much as I like him, he just wasn't the answer, dude. Way over his head. Just because you're a good D coordinator doesn't make you a good head coach. Head coaches need to be cut from a different cloth. As much as the NFL wants to believe that we could just poach coordinators for head coaching positions, that almost never works. But that's football. It's not football season. It's baseball season. We could talk about how the Red Sox suck if you want to do that, but they did win last night, so that's good. The U.S. used to be a serious country. Now we've all been covered in grime, and our place of prestige as the world has been flushed down the toilet. Gavaldad, the only thing I would really say to that is that it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way, dude. Like, it doesn't have to be this way. This doesn't have to be this way. We're gonna sit here. We're gonna get into name calling fights between the president and Elon. Like, that's what we're doing today. It doesn't need to be like this, guys. We don't have to participate in this. We don't have to participate in this nonsense, right? Oh boy, what did I walk into? Deadbringer, you ever see that meme of the guy knocking over a little domino, and then it hits a bigger domino and hits a bigger domino and hits a bigger domino and bigger domino and bigger domino, and then the bigger domino happens? You ever seen that meme? Well, the first domino is the president pulling Jared Isaacman's nomination. The last domino is the president threatening to pull all of SpaceX's contracts with NASA. So that's how today is going. And then Elon, after that, as a result of that last domino, Elon's saying that the president is involved in the Epstein files. So, yeah, that's your space news for today. Okay. All right. And then the president promptly saying that Elon's private parts look like a pig's tail. No, I'm not making this up. And the worst possible news is that Aaron Rodgers is joining the Steelers. How would he know? What has happened? What? It doesn't need to be like this. Stop! Oh my God! Stop! What are you doing? Stop it! Stop! What is happening? It's too hot, man. It's too hot for today. I don't understand. It's the B shirt. I have another shirt. I'll just go put another shirt on. New post? Oh God, no. Oh no, don't do this to me. Wait, I don't see anything. I don't know how to... Yeah, Runus. Like, I mentioned that this might not be bad because the corn bucket.
The Eagle has landed.
My girlfriend thought I was crazy for jumping into a French river. She was right. I was insane.
At least Geeson is punning. That's the one thing of normalcy. It's just a retweet. This is guys, I'm only saying this once. This is fucking stupid. Holy shit. Like, I just, this is so fucking stupid. Oh my goodness. I fucking hate this. This is not fun. Not fun. I hate it. I hate it. But you know what? You know what sucks? I'll call this a character flaw. I can't stop watching. This is like, what the Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Stop it! Stop, you stupid fucks! Just fuck all you. Oh my god. I hate this so much. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. This is so fucking dumb. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my fuck. Fuck. Fuck it. I hate this. I hate it a lot. I really don't like this. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate this. I would, yeah, it's, at least it's not boring. Oh my god. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? My only guess here is that they were probably already doing that anyway. They'd stopped making dragon capsules, right? Remember? They stopped making them. The last one was already made, so, you know, by definition, because you're not making any new dragon capsules, they made the last dragon capsule for SpaceX, for NASA, by the way. If you're not making any more dragon capsules, you're de facto beginning the decommissioning process. So that's my only guess, but I don't know. I don't know. It's possible, cats. And this is from Lex Friedman. What's going on? A podcast with Trump and Elon is needed. I would agree. Yeah, I agree. This needs to stop. This is ridiculous. Starliner supremacy? All in on Starship? That reads correct, Hokie. I think this is just I think this is just this is mentioned matter-of-factly, to be honest with you. Like I said, they stopped making New Dragon spacecraft. That is by definition a de facto decommissioning. Like, I don't know, man. This just feels dirty. I hate it. I hate this a lot. I don't like this. It doesn't need to be this way, man. It doesn't need to be like this. And how are they going to crew rate Starship? Crew rate it by their own definition, dude. What's Jack saying? I'm sure it's going to be good. Please make it stop. Please make it stop. It's not fine. What the hell's going on, dude? I don't know anymore. Doesn't decommissioning mean making the current ones not work? I don't know, Les. I'm trying to make sense out of a freaking freight train derailment, dude. Like, I don't know. Jack is glued to his phone just like we are. Parrot. I cracked a beer. Maybe bad for spaceflight in the short term, good for the country in the long term. Cheers, everyone. Like I said, if this ends up with more NASA money, I guess it was worth it. I guess. Elon's still tweeting. I uh, uh, Dude, he's going off. Dude, he's going off. This is ridiculous, man. Oh my goodness. This is so bad. This is the worst space news ever. Check Rocket Lab stock. What the? I think I'm traumatized. I don't. Dude, I'm not even. I can't do anything but laugh. This is ridiculous, dude. Like, what the frick? This is so stupid. Do you guys remember? You guys remember it? You ever watch the Avengers, the first Avengers, right? When they're all in Stark Tower, and Captain America and Iron Man are like arguing with each other, and Thor is just sitting there going, "You people are so petty and small. I love it." He's just sitting there, kind of enjoying himself. Like, not that I'm Thor, but that just I. What the hell? What is going on? What? Stop it. Stop. What does that even mean? What does that mean? What are you talking about? It's like Rick and Morty. We're here for 40 more seasons, Morty. We're here for 40 more seasons. What, Rick? What do you mean? What are you talking? 40 more seasons, Morty. We're here for 40 more of them. He's only here for 3.5. We're here for 40, Morty. 40. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Please save us. I don't know what to do, dude. All right. Yeah, no, but we've seen it. I showed it up on stream. 100 years. Yeah, 100 years. 9 more seasons. In the short term, Ryan, sure. Is Elon rebuilding his reputation? Dude, I don't know what's going on, Dak. This thread, though. Jack, please make it stop. Help, Adrian. You say what? What is this? What is this, Baron? Jack, can we talk about the stranded astronauts again? Oh my goodness. I didn't have that on my bingo card. Yep. Didn't have that on my bingo card. I didn't have that on my bingo card. I don't know. I don't have nothing. My DMs are exploding right now. I'm getting tagged left and right. My notifications are exploding because I replied to Jet. I don't know, dude. I'm like, beast. We are never wearing this shirt again on stream, ever. Ever. I'm changing my shirt right now. That's never happening ever again, ever. Period. Full stop. Never. What the actual frick balls is happening here? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop this. Stop this. Stop it. Stop. That shirt's cursed, bro. Holy shnikes. Dude, what is happening? It's the shirt. You killed Kenny. Burn it. You better burn that shirt. Burn the shirt. Burn it. Come on, AJ. I was gone for a few hours. You can't keep stuff together. NX, just like the Isaacman nomination pulling like a second ago. Like, you remember that? That was like on Saturday. Like, just like that. You know, when crazy news comes out, I shut up. When stuff gets too crazy and I can't like think through it, I stop talking. I bless the moon. Pop. Last time I do that. Okay. No, Coltec. I'm good. I don't need to start a fire in my garage.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Ishiku, 58-month resub. This is very impulsive. I thought you got rich and powerful by not being impulsive.
Bro, Andy. This is what happens. An unstoppable force. It hits an immovable object. And there goes the show. My father was a drinker and a fiend. Why so serious? Like, oh.
He's lost it completely. Oh boy. Poor choice of word. Yeah, I know. I don't think this was on the bingo card, Jojo. Astra sweep incoming! Starliner being real quiet lately. What the hell? This is so stupid. Oh my goodness. It's inevitable, man. Cygnus takes it all. My goodness. Elon posted again. Oh. Hey, looks like he posted a Scott Adams vid. Who gets JD Vance in the divorce? I don't know. I don't know. Gomez, what's that? I can see the link. What do we got here? Dragon recovery ship for sale. Well maintained. Dude, what the? He gets the couch. Stop. I don't think pulling Yak into the stream is a good idea, Space Pope. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's wise. I think platforming Jack right now would be a colossal misstep in a colossal misstep. Oh my God, Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. It's the cockroach. Yeah, Cygnus will survive. The new Elon tweet, and suddenly tariffs are bad again. Kim, I don't... Bro, Oh, no. Oh, no. The big, beautiful breakup. Oh, my goodness. Oh, but dude, that's nuts, man. Oh my goodness. Sir, second tweet is hit X. Right, Soul? Unbelievable. Eric Berger. All right, we'll what's Eric saying? I just... He's saying, this is not necessarily a bluff. Elon has been reluctant to take on new Dragon-related projects for a while now and would like to move human missions to Starship as soon as possible. Of course, it would completely end the ISS and impair future commercial space stations. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's what I mean. He's been slow-rolling Dragon decommissioning for a long time. That's what I mean, dudes. He's been doing that for a while. That was already happening. See, yeah, I agree with Eric Berger. That's how you know this day is completely fucked. Like, that's how you know this day is really, really weird. Like, I'm just gonna take my ball and go home. This is so bizarre, Murray. I've never seen anything like this, man. I've never seen anything like this. And Rodgers to the Steelers, man. What the frick? What is happening? Camera slowed down. It's getting too hot in here. getting too hot. I gotta find a way to cool it down. Baron, unbelievable. This follow is inevitable with two egos involved. Yeah, yes, a lot of people have been mentioning that. Guys, look, fellas, look. Do you see why it's not a good idea to? I think I've successfully illustrated this point given the current events of the past couple hours. I think I've successfully illustrated the point why it's not good to put all of our national space program's needs on the needs of a corporation. Do you see why this is a bad idea? This particular reason is why I want NASA to have parity like this. All of those times I went on all those rants and I watched the view counts dwindle, right? All of those freaking times when I said that there needs to be parity, they should be a mutual, it should be a mutual thing, right? All of those times and people didn't care. I watch those space news. I watch the metrics. People leave. All of those times were in anticipation of this. Something like this happening. Not this event exactly. And I did kind of leave it open. I didn't think it would play out like this, but this is the exact reason. This is a reason. Do you believe it now, Trinity? Yeah, the next 100 years for SLS. Yep. Great time to bring up for the 100th time that we went 10 years without our own way to space after the shuttle ended. Orion, I'll be fine. I'm okay. If this is how this is going to play out, this is how this is going to play out. I'm not particularly upset that what either person is saying. Like, if you really want a straightforward opinion, like I said, this was bound to happen, considering the events of this president's first term. It was bound to happen. However, I don't think it would be a wise decision to even hint that something like this could happen. Even a week ago, if you asked me this could happen, I would have said you're nuts, and I would never bring it up on stream ever. But that ship sailed already. So and it's on Starliner's anniversary. Oh my gosh. The 12th suite just hit the tower. But yeah, this is Dragon rolled out for AX4. All right. That's ridiculous, Amanda. I don't want to be in this position. But yeah, like guys, that's what I was talking about in regards to like keeping the line. I'll be fine here, dudes. It's ridiculous. I can't believe the dirty laundry that's being thrown around, dude. What happened to decorum all around? Like, we're Americans. We don't do that. Like, all right. That's the way it's going to be. Like, yeah, I guess we do now, Tennyson. Yeah, like, honestly, got semi-serious question. Do you think NASA can get dissolves out of pure spite? No, I think it'll be championed out of pure spite. I think the opposite will happen. What do you do if you're egotistical and the other guy has a bigger rocket than you? Make a bigger rocket, right? Yeah, ARJ, I don't know. It's coincidentally you went into depth on this last night. I had a feeling it was coming, Bob. I had a feeling. I wouldn't have been able to tell you that I had the foresight of this, but yeah. There's a reason why when the Isaacman thing happened, I said wait and see. Now, keep in mind, I said wait and see in anticipation of who Trump nominates next, but I knew that that was not the time to weigh in on things. I'm pretty good at this. Like, something like that, Rem. I don't know, Flykin. We're so off the beaten path, dude. NASA could use Orion to get to the ISS. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, John, they could, except this same type of behavior from 15 years ago, albeit with a little bit more decorum sprinkled on top of it, is the reason why NASA is in the position that they're in. Call me crazy, but what if they're doing this to make Congress raise the defense budget? What if there's an end game? I don't... It's possible, Graham, and I appreciate you thinking out of the box. But think about that logically. Do you think Elon would call for the president's impeachment if they were working in cahoots and there was an end game? That chance. Like that's what I mean. I appreciate you thinking out of the box. That's what I tell you to do, right? That's good. That's a good thing, but I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, after the Epstein thing, probably not, dude. The Musk-Trump feud aside, isn't it better to have multiple ways into space, including Dragon? SpaceX can easily afford to maintain the Dragon program, right? Of course, Dabble. Yeah. I think SpaceX is all in on Starship, though. Think about it like this. SpaceX keeping, just in Elon's eyes, SpaceX keeping Dragon at this point would be like Boeing still manufacturing the B-29 when the B-52 exists. Does that make sense? He missed that. It's there. It's out there. So he didn't say it inadvertently. Ian Miles Chung, who is a conservative pundit that posts, it's not even from this country. He's a conservative pundit that posts on X. Said, do you think Elon Musk can win here? I can show you. I think, Brohandy, that Elon most likely saw it as a lesser of two evils. He's from Malaysia. That's right. Yeah. Lesser of two evils. Fellas, once again, that is what I'm pretty sure that's what Elon did when he lobbied for the current administration. I'm pretty sure he saw it as the lesser of two evils. I don't really care if you think it's the lesser of two evils. I'm just telling you what I think he was thinking about. I don't see it that way. My opinion doesn't count here. Nice, Amanda. Yeah. It's all because Drummer hasn't paid the gas bill. Yep. Like I said, I don't know, dude. We're so far off the beaten path here. Don't leave the stove on next time. Dude. I left the stove. I've never burnt the house down in summer car. Ever. It was a sign. It was a sign. Dude, something, dude, I'm telling you, man. The universe talks to you in weird ways. Babylon P. That's pretty funny, man. Look at this. Get a load of this. I burned it down in MSC last night, Cirrus. I've never done that. Ever. I've been playing MSC for 9 years. I've never done that. It was a sign. It was a sign from some cosmic force or something. I don't know. What happened to Artemis 3 since SpaceX is contracted for the lander? Now, Nova, to be very clear, everything is rhetoric up until this point. This is just blowharding. We'll see what happens, which is why I'm not weighing in on this. It's just not. Yeah, guys, it's just rhetoric. This is just blowharding, like I said, which is why I'm just kind of sitting here going, okay, well, maybe I'll do this. Well, maybe I'll do this. Well, maybe I'll do this. Well, maybe you play ball like a girl. Like, okay. Okay. David, as you're non-American, I'm curious if you think there really is room for a third party that could split the difference. David, if anybody could do that, it'd probably be Elon. I mean, he clearly has the power to sway people's opinions. So, I mean, I'm just not sure at this point he's going to sway any opinions, because at this point, both people in both parties probably don't like him at this point. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. Stranger things have happened. What's this tweet from Anatoly Zak? Let's see. Soyuz production was reduced to 1.5 per year by now, but theoretically there is enough to operate the ISS with a 2 to 3 person crew. Yeah, all right. Unrelated aerospace, but not space news. Okay. What's this? The crew flight test will continue until morale improves. They could be playing 4D chess. I wouldn't. They might be, Borve. It's possible. If they're playing 4D chess, I don't think they're playing it right. That is a personal opinion from me. I don't think they're playing it correctly. I don't think that's how you're supposed to do that. You know. I'm not going to give them that much credit given their histories. Elon is high on ketamine again? No, he actually said he stopped, so I don't know. Whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter. I think that Elon has been doing this for a long time, and I think he wants to see his company succeed in his lifetime, and he's starting to get impatient. That's a guess. That is my opinion. Or he's just crazy. Like I said, guys, I'm not... yeah, I mean, I was just giving opinions. But most of the time, I'm just telling you information. I'm not trying to sway people one way or another. That's how you fly right in this journalism business thing, from what I've learned. You don't... I try to just stay objective and tell you what's going on. But I mean, if I had to put to it why Elon's so pissed off right now, I'd probably say that has something to do with it. Can't believe we're at this point. Just can we restart this day? Can we save scum this day or something? Can we put this day in the square hole? Yeah. That would break continuity. Damn it, you're right, Note. See? What the frick? What the frick? What is going on? Like, dude, that's just Note, that's just strange. That's just strange that I talked about that today. That realistically, how worried should we be from SpaceX? So, Henris, this is my opinion. It's very clear that this opinion is subject to change as of June 5th, 2025, 4:47 p.m. Eastern Time. That's what I'm giving you, this opinion. With the information presented at this time, I really don't think SpaceX is going to change what they're doing too much. I very, very, very confidently can say that the Dragon program was already on its way out. It's no secret that SpaceX is going all in on Starship. That is not a secret. They said a long time ago that they would start phasing out Dragon and Falcon in the late 2020s. Now, could it be a possibility that this could happen early? Yeah, but what's early? A year? 2 years? 2 years early? So I know people are going to be like, dude, that's 2 years. That is nothing. That is nothing on a spaceflight timetable. 2 years is nothing. It's nothing. It really isn't. That is might as well be a week for a normal person. Spaceflight, you got to understand the scale of spaceflight schedules. Missions are on the books years before they happen, right? How long is Artemis 2? Booster vent down. Hold on. Loud. That's a booster 16 vent down. Let me bring it up on screen. Yeah, I don't think it's appropriate at this point. Can't see me. Just joined. Why are we worrying about SpaceX? Diabetic. The story as of right now is that Elon was upset about the president pulling Jared Isaacman's nomination. Now, we didn't know if that was for real or not, but given the events of today, it seems probable. So that honestly turned into a spat between the president and Elon on X, and they've been going back and forth, and they're emptying the freaking arsenal at each other. The president called to remove SpaceX's government contracts. Elon said, fine, frick you. I'm going to decommission the Dragon program. I don't need it. I need Starship. You need it more than I do. Piss off. And then the president said, your wee-wee looks like a pig's tail. No, I'm not kidding. And then Elon said, what did he say after that? He said the president is involved in the Epstein files. That's why they haven't been released. And yeah. I wish I wasn't reporting this as space news. Because for the fact of the matter is that most of it isn't, but it does. It has a lot to do with it. I don't want to sit here and report this, but here we are. Keep in mind, this is a spat on X. X is where clearly a lot of people do a lot of blowharding, so it's pretty unclear and uncertain what the future is. And you know, there's really no metric to prove uncertainty particularly, but I will show you this, which is usually a very good way at speculation of uncertainty, particularly in the markets.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So, I mean, if market uncertainty, you know, causes recession, yeah, the future is kind of unclear at this point. Whether Elon or the president will follow through with what's going on remains to be seen. You know, I don't know. We don't know. It's just, this is chaos. This is unprecedented. I've never had a space news like this before, ever. How's the market doing overall today? Down. The industry, what do you want? The overall stock market? You want the industrial average? The industrial average is down 108 points. I hope you don't have one again. Yeah, David, I don't know, man. You see the Be Kind chat tagged on NSF? Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, dude, that's space news. What is this? Steve Bannon calls for an investigation into drug use from Elon, as well as his attempt to receive a classified briefing about China from the Pentagon. Oh, dear. Okay. Great. Well, now you have to worry about vandalizing your Tesla again. Oh, jeez. Went to shop. What happened in the last 30 minutes? Not much, Foz. The roadblock is going away at the production site. For a short moment, I thought politics was unifying and calming down. Silly me. Yes, if you had told me a week ago that this was going to happen, dude, I didn't have today on my bingo card. I didn't have this whole week on my bingo card. This is nuts. I will tell you this, guys. I have not been this, that's a little overly dramatic. I was going to say I haven't been this kind of uncertain as to what's going to happen with the space program for a long time. It's probably since Constellation got canceled. But that's, you know what, that's hyperbole. That's not, NASA will continue to execute on the president's vision for the future of space. We will continue to work with our industry partners to ensure the president, like, that's what I mean. Guys, it's just a spat on Twitter. This could be nothing. It's possible. There's no doubt that the timeline shifted a little bit because, you know, airing out your dirty laundry like that. Yeah, I don't think this will affect, like, Starship unless they slap them with regulations, but I don't think they're going to do that. I really don't. But then again, I didn't think they would pull the Isaacman nomination. But I'm not trying to cause fear. I think SLS is fine if you really want my honest opinion. If anything, it'll get a funding boost. Yeah, I think this is just people blowharding. I think tempers are running high. It's just a weird time. You know, yeah. What if they force SpaceX to be nationalized? That would be unprecedented, nationalizing a launch provider not in a time of war, Jack. That would be unprecedented. They could do it, but dude, just because you have, like, okay, think about it like this. You're flying around in a fighter jet, all right? You have the ejector handle right below you. You could pull on it, or you do whatever. I mean, pick your ejector seat. Pick your Martin Baker ejector seat. Say it's a pull-up ejector seat. You have the lever there. You have it there. Should you pull it? No. You want to pull. You ideally would want to pull it only if you absolutely need to. They have that lever of nationalization, but I don't think that's a card that should be played. You can overplay your hand here. I don't, despite this crazy tussle that's going on, I really don't think that lever would be pulled. How many unprecedented things has happened in the last year? The intrusive thoughts might win. So shall we create some roads to calm down and chill? Tessa, let's be real. I could switch to a game right now. I could switch to roadcraft. We could switch to working on the car. People are not going to stop talking about this. It's not going to stop. Let's just ride the storm out. Words are wise as always, but considering who are these people? Kim, I'm just telling you what I think's going on. I'm trying to be as clear and as objective as possible. I think it's important to maintain professionalism as best as you can, given the circumstances. With that being said, I didn't think today was going to get this crazy. Boom, boom. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Please put on your fasten seatbelt sign, as we will be experiencing a little bit of turbulence here. I'll try my best to keep us out of it here, but yeah, just make sure you keep your seatbelt on, sit and remain comfortably seated. Straight seat backs in the upright lock position. Boom! Like, I didn't expect the turbulence to be this bad. Yeah, the weather in Boston is currently hot, giggity. I wanted to let you know we're all counting on you. I just wanted to let you know. Good luck. We're all counting on you. We got to inflate the autopilot. Scott tweet. What's Scott saying? Just working hard at my job right now. No time for social media, he said on social media. Good news, the weather in DC is even hotter. All right. I don't recommend working on the car today. Guys, I might just bugger off, dude. Like, this is a weird day, man. Sounds like a perfect time for some Counter-Strike. I don't think we should play Counter-Strike. Bose with 20 Norwegian kroners. Kroners? Yeah. That's what it's called, right? Thanks, man. Do I have permission to cry yet? Rarest, remember, it's just blowharding on Twitter. It could be nothing. I mean, guys, I don't really want... Like, here's the thing. We could go play other games to try and get our mind off stuff. It's not going to stop, dude. The news cycle ain't going to stop. It's not. It is not going to stop. So I'm just going to kind of chill here, and we'll see if there's any other action, so to speak. What is that, Baron? I hope this is a joke. Rish, you know, it's just frustrating. The Wall Street Journal now has a live timeline of the Elon Trump feud. I don't. Yes. What about the other space news? Alex, did you not hear what I said? Hey, dude, I'm not trying to be spicy EJ today, dude. I'm just, dude, even if it pertains to other space news too. People are just gonna keep asking me what's going on for the next like 6 hours, like no matter what I do. So I'm just gonna sit here. I'm gonna go grab a glass of water and we'll set up camp. It is freaking hot in that garage. It's beer o'clock. I didn't get beer at the store today. Sorry. It's not just a crash out. Country cannot move on from this issue. Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's pour yourself a Guinness and chill. Once again, fellas, if you really want, okay, real honest opinion with the sequence of events. This is not ideal. I mean, if I'm going to just try to be relatively level-headed about it, this is not ideal. At the very least, it's just causing uncertainty for the space program and wasting time, which is a precious commodity in the spaceflight industry. You know, that's at the very least. At the very worst, you know.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I have a phobia of trampolines. I can't help it. They just always make me jump.
You know, at the very least, you know, it's just wasting time. At the very worst, it could be a paradigm shift in, you know, how we conduct spaceflight operations for the next, like, 10 years, at the very least. But, guys, right now, at this particular moment in time, 5 o'clock, June 5th, June 5th, 19, nice. June 5th, 2025, it's just blowharding at this point. We're just gonna have to kind of wait and see what happens. I wouldn't weigh in on anything. Like, I did offer a potential solution, but I made it very clear, like, not a potential solution, a potential outcome, but I made it very clear that that's just speculation and it probably won't be a thing. The thing that I said could happen is that, you know, they could just both say, fine, I'm gonna go play with my own space program out of spite, and NASA could end up getting funded like crazy. It's possible. It's a possible outcome. That's tomorrow, Chief. June 6, 1944. Tomorrow. Just play hearts or something. Maddie, you had a root canal on Tuesday. I need some fun comedy. What do you got? What's the difference between you and a mallard with a cold? One's a sick duck, and I can't remember how it ends, but your mother has more gravitational pull than Jupiter. You wanted more SLS funding and now have the audacity to say not like this. No, I never said anything like that, man. In fact, the reason why I said this could be good for the space program is because it could be good for the space program. This could inadvertently give me exactly what I want. Not really the way I would have done it, but that gets us somewhere. The way I had the plan I had in mind to try and do, you know, like get NASA the funding to do awesome things. The plan I had mostly involved with not calling other people's peepees a pigtail. Yeah. My way did not include that step. But you know, here we are. Do you know the Fire Rises Hearts of Iron mod? No. Do you think they could get rid of his and stay only with blue? Yeah, what to do what? Go up and down? That's not a narc. That's not a knock towards blue. Nah, narc, whatever. That's not a knock towards blue. It's too hot in here, dudes. That's not a knock towards blue. If you wanted to try and get blue to make you a crewed spacecraft at this point in time to replace Dragon, by the time they have that cooked up, even taking into account the most optimistic of schedules, which is it's the space program, SpaceX will have Starship completely ready to go by then. Yeah, there's no, that's not a thing, dude. Is Blue still making a lander? Oh yeah, they rolled out their design for their fuel transfer vehicle. Hey, Night No Day, switch back to the other t-shirt. Need more drama. Dude, I took the other shirt off and it stopped. Put it back on. You caused it. Morbid curiosity, okay? Morbid curiosity. I'm being scientific about this, all right? For science. For science. For science, okay? For science. How close is Sierra to man rating? About as close as you and I are to building Venture Star. Nice, Ando. It's like Jumanji, you have to keep playing because Vader said, no! We'll put the beast shirt on. Elon right now? Several people are typing. And now we wait. Do you remember going maximalist in Hearts of Iron 4 and afterwards Trump threatened to annex Canada and Greenland? Oh, crap. That did happen, didn't it? What the frick? Simulation is broken, man. Awfully suspicious? I didn't do nothing, man. I didn't do nothing. I just play video games. Nice, Scully. That's funny. FBI, open up! Ah! Yeah, no, that is the funniest thing I've seen today. That is the funniest, dude. By a long shot. That's hilarious. That's funny, dude. The normies will figure it out in a month. Yep. Now that's good, man. That's pretty funny, dude. That's pretty good, man. Oh my goodness. Trung, that's pretty funny, dude. If you're out there, that's hilarious. And Aaron Rodgers going to the Steelers, man. What the hell is wrong with today? Stop it. With AI videos. Yeah. Yeah, Kem, but they're going to be... You know the type of AI videos you see on Facebook are people that have prompted, like have entered an AI prompt and entered what they want, and they're not sure exactly how to prompt it correctly. So they prompt it and they post kind of what they want. They're like, yeah, that's good enough. And, you know, like they'll post a picture of like them like standing on top of a mountain and they'll have 8 fingers and yeah, it's good. Like you can always tell like who's controlling the prompt. It's like trying to watch old people use a search engine, man. Am I right? Same thing. I think that's how you only see those deep fried AI pictures like on Facebook and stuff. It's pretty funny, dude. How's it going, Jensen? Oh, it's going. It's going somewhere. Where it's going, I don't know. I'm telling you, it's because the Rockies just won a baseball series. We are so dead. Why would you open Facebook? Marketplace, dude. Frickin' marketplace. What did I miss? How long have you been unplugged from social media, Jensen? When's the last time you checked Twitter? I mean that. It depends. I gotta say, though, I saw a very convincing live-action Popeye movie that was AI generated. Cool. Since this AM. Oh, boy. Where do we start? Here. Do you want to see how my day is going from a space news standpoint? You want to know how my day is going? That's how my day is going from a space news standpoint. That's how my day is going. So what did you miss? Oh, you missed a lot. You missed a lot. Yeah. And the president promptly said that Elon's dick looks like a pigtail. No, that is not hyperbole or exaggeration. That is verbatim. And then Elon threatened to pull the president threatened to pull all of SpaceX's contracts. And then Elon threatened to decommission Dragon right now. Oh, we've been having a great day. How would he know? That's my question, Akis. That's my question. I'm not like too incredibly sure. Like that's weird. Yeah. American politics is kindergarten. It's other side, it's keep in mind, I'm gonna say this, you'll never know where my affiliation in this regard is. It's not my job to tell you what politician I like or don't like. With that being said, this is pretty damn embarrassing. Yeah, it's pretty embarrassing. This is just this. There's no way to cut it. This is like what. Okay. Like, I don't even... Who gets custody of Joe Rogan? Someone's shiny blue check mark is gone. This is fine. Yeah, my question is what exactly prompted this? So, Rocket Guy, we heard some whispers that Trump and Elon had a falling out last week. And then on Saturday they pulled the Isaacman nomination, right? And then on Monday, Elon did not express support for the big beautiful bill. And then on Tuesday, he said again that it was a piece of junk. On Wednesday, he posted Milton Friedman saying that, you know, who is a famous economist for the people that don't know. He's posting it as a matter of factly in opposition to the bill. And then Trump, in a press conference this morning, said that Elon didn't like the big beautiful bill because it pulls the EV mandates, and it pulls the EV mandates, and because he opposed it, I pulled the Isaacman nomination. That's what he said. And then Elon didn't like that remark. So is the ISS cooked if Dragon can't resupply it? It's not just about resupply games. It's not just about resupply, dude. Dragon's the only way people can get to it from the States. So, Rocket Guy, my guess is that this is a guess on how these events have unfolded. Keep in mind, guys, it takes time for stuff to come into focus, okay? That's important to understand. What is this, Bob?
I bought a wooden whistle, but it wouldn't whistle. So I bought a steel whistle, but it still wouldn't whistle. So I bought a lead whistle, but it still wouldn't lead me whistle.
Not you two. Rocky Guy, my guess is that Elon, I need your positive view on this whole thing. I'm struggling to see it at the moment. Okay, David, let me tell Rocky Guy what's going on. Rocky Guy, if I had to guess that, you know, Elon left the White House and Elon was willing to just go back and work on his businesses, I think it got personal when he pulled the Isaacman nomination. It's very clear at this point that something went down last week. Something went down last week that didn't. The infighting story that Eric Berger was talking about was pretty spot on. I mean, I don't really like Eric Berger's conclusions about certain things, right? I don't like them, but his sources are usually right. And by usually, I mean they are. He definitely knows somebody high up at NASA that's telling him what's going on. So the infighting at NASA the infighting in the president's office is partially the reason why Elon disassociated himself. And I think it got personal when Trump pulled the Isaacman nomination because Elon just said, all right, I'm done. Yeah, it's possible, Admana. Nice. Can this affect Artemis? It's possible, Gorix. Everything at this point is blowharding. Like that's the thing I was trying to say, guys. Dude, this is just two grown men fighting, like yelling at each other. Like, as far as we can tell. No word on whether this stuff would go through, but see, here's the thing. They're both extremely stubborn dudes. They're stubborn in their own ways. Elon is friggin' he's relentless. That guy is relentless. He does not give up. Like he won't do it. We're you know, this is why I did the Joker bit a little bit earlier. This is what happens when an immovable object hits an unstoppable force. You know, like that's. So I don't know. Elon does follow through with things. It takes time, but he does get it done. no matter how you look at him, the president likes to wheel and deal, but he likes to wheel and deal very verbosely. Just to say the least, it's a negotiation. It's a game to him. That's how he does things. He wheels and deals. So if this is a negotiating tactic, I'm not sure I'm familiar with it. To be 100% honest with you, but yeah, we really don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say how much of this stuff is actually going to happen. But I'm pretty sure the bridge is burned, and I'm pretty sure those two won't be talking to each other anytime soon. That's correct, Major Who. I think that is a very solid thing to say. Only if Starliner was fully crew rated right now. Joe, I've said many times why it's a bad idea to depend entirely on a corporation to advance your scientific needs from a national standpoint. I've said many times, not to speak poorly about SpaceX. I like SpaceX, but just because SpaceX is ideologically motivated doesn't mean you're not going to get something like Boeing. How do you think Boeing got to be as lethargic and prone to entropy as they are? Boeing wasn't like that. Boeing was like SpaceX 50 years ago. Or SpaceX was like Boeing 50 years ago. That's the right way to say that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that's a good idea, even if SpaceX has our best interests at heart. That it could and probably will grow into something worse. That's been my reasoning. And I've kind of left that that reasoning very open because I don't know what's going to happen. And one could make the argument that I'm trying to connect too many dots here, but I've always said that it's really not in our national space program's best interest to be beholden to a corporation because they can just cancel the spacecraft. The corporation can just pull the spacecraft. We've seen it. My precedence for this in the past is Boeing pulling out of the Phantom Express program just because they didn't feel like doing it. They pulled out of a multi-billion-dollar reusable space plane. They just pulled out of it because they didn't feel like doing it anymore. It's totally a thing. There is precedent for that. Look up the XS1 program. This is why I don't think it's a good idea. NASA needs its own stuff in-house, and that rings true, especially even after today. The Hokuto RM2 Trillion, the vehicle was coming into land like this, and then it did this, and then they lost contact with it. We haven't heard an official statement from them, but their animations and their stream were telemetry driven. It crashed. It crashed into the ground. Spooky Wagons, thanks for the Prime sub. What's this about SpaceX decommissioning Dragon? Apollo, you would not believe me if I told you. This has been the wildest space news day for me streaming here ever. I could try to explain it, Apollo. Just look. Mercury, I think it's just rage posting, to be honest with you. Interesting, and mana.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Guys, that's Apollo. That's what I was talking about. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure who I kind of agree with in this particular regard. I'm inclined to agree with Elon here. Like, you're going to call the president's bluff because he's all right. I mean, if you're going to do that, he has all the chips there because he has, why? Because he has the spacecraft that launches into space. Spooky, thanks for the 5 subs, dude. I appreciate it. Now, here's the thing there. Like, I don't. I forgot what I was saying. Sorry, I lost it. Spooky, thank you for the 5 subs. I appreciate it. Your boy is dead. Yeah, I could have told you that when it happened. Ferrari's a crap car company. Yes. Wednesday, 17-month resub. Here's a Prime sub. Thanks, man. I don't know if this is blowharding or not. But even though I kind of, that's what I was saying. Even though I kind of agree with Elon in this regard, I think this is stupid. Like what pulling SpaceX, the easiest way to save money in our budget is billions and billions of dollars to terminate Elon's government subsidies and contracts. All right. Yeah, see, SpaceX doesn't get any subsidies. They get contracts. Contracts means they're contracted for a service that you will no longer have. So, I mean, have fun trying to get to your space station that you can't get to. The only other vehicle that's crew rated that can get to the space station, aside from Dragon right now, is Soyuz. So that's probably not happening. Yep, I'm going to say that that's probably not going to be a thing. So I think he's referring to EV subsidies for Tesla in this case. If I recall correctly, Ivo, Elon said to pull all of those. He does not want them. Tesla does not need them. But anyway, even though I kind of come down in favor of Elon in this particular spat here, because yeah, they need Dragon way more than he does. He has this. He got Starship. They got the new hotness. I still think that it's important to mention, as of note, why you don't commercialize your space program and be completely beholden to corporations for national spaceflight causes. It's only something I've been saying vehemently for the past 10 years. This is a very good case as to why you don't do that. Remember how I said the incessant drive of commercialization will be your undoing here, because some corporation can just pull the plug like that. Even though I kind of agree with Elon in that particular spat, like I think he has the chips there, but who knows? Just switch to another corporation. Who? Boeing? Okay. And this is why. This is why we were talking just yesterday about, how this stuff could happen. Above all, don't put all your eggs in the same basket. Yep. If Trump terminates SpaceX contracts, he can't get to the ISS regularly in the next 2 to 3 years, and it will cost him more money, though. Probably, Lazarus. I personally think the president, like I said, okay, this is not an endorsement. This is not a criticism or anything. The president likes to wheel and deal. He likes to wheel and deal. This is what he does. This negotiations. That's what he does. I get it. People will have other words for this other than negotiation. I get it. Listen, okay? Everything's a wheel and deal. It's just a game. Wheeling and dealing. I really don't think that he would do that. I really don't. He might pull the EV car subsidy, but the only reason he would do that is because he knows Elon doesn't need it. So he'll do it as more of a symbolic thing. Right? Does that make sense?
I'm in space.
Hey, Ewok. Do you understand what I'm saying? He knows Elon doesn't need it, so he'll be like, well, he depends on my subsidies, and I pulled them because I can. I don't think he would pull SpaceX contracts. SpaceX is very intertwined with the Department of Defense at this point. They are a defense contractor, even if you don't want to admit that. That would be a really bad idea, as you say. Elon has been saying for years he doesn't like subsidies or tax breaks. Tesla doesn't qualify. Bingo. So, you do a good Trump impression. Yeah, that's the other thing that's come out of this stream. I played my hand there. Now people know that I can do an impression of him, and I probably shouldn't have done that. because now people are going to ask me to do that, and I don't want to do that. Does that make sense? Except for the China thing. The China thing is funny. China.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hope that cheers up the spirits. I came here for the moon landing. Did you miss it? Oh, it crashed, Orange. Yeah, it blew up. Oops. Booster 16 static fire also aborted. We're having a day. Aaron Rodgers went to the Steelers. What is happening today? What is happening? Like what the frick? What's going on here? The last telemetry was 187 kilometers an hour at 51 meters. Rocky guy, they said the vehicle was executing its pitch over maneuver to negate horizontal velocity. The telemetry-driven animation did this. It pointed at the ground. The rocket engines pointed up. What does Tim Dodd say? Flame me in down. Oops. I'm pretty sure it overcorrected and slammed into the ground head first. Nice, Baron. Another reason to hate the Steelers. Oh, joy. I don't hate the Steelers. But I'm a Patriots fan. Everybody still hates me. The orientation system was made in Australia. That explains the mistake. Oh, yeah. Watch Tom Brady come out of retirement to play for the Giants. I have to start rooting for the big blue wrecking crew, man. Technically, it did land. I mean, you're right, Garfield, but I don't think it landed how they wanted it to land, dude. I don't think it did the thing the way they wanted it to do the thing, you know? How's the AC holding up? Not great. Not great. It's really not doing. It's struggling. It's not doing too well, man. Here, let me put that in Celsius to show everybody else. Yeah, it's not great. Not great, Bob. I'm sweating my ass off right now. It's a little warm in here. It's a little warm. I'm kind of worried my computers might be overheating, and that's why the camera is kind of stuttering around. Yeah, it's getting pretty warm in here. You need a bigger air conditioner. Freaking metal building, dude. Check last. Could you give me a very quick rundown of what has happened today? Been busy setting up an auto show. Oh, Elon and the president are going at it on Twitter, Vargon. Here. And it's not going well. That sums up about how my day is going. Yep. That turned into this. I know, that's pretty funny. That's not warm by Australian. I know, Mark. I understand that. It was the same temperature yesterday in the shop, but yeah, we had the door open and stuff. So somewhere in there, Vargon, the president said Elon's dick looks like a pigtail. No, I'm not making that up. I don't know how he would know that information, but he did say that. Yeah, it's been a day. It's been a weird day. Can we go get ice cream? Yeah, maybe in a little bit. I don't, Bargon, I'm just kind of sitting here going, all right. Oh, quiet news day. Have you missed much? Yeah, no, no, you're good. You could just skip this day. Oh yeah. Oh, Vargan. Also, Elon called for the president to be impeached. Yeah. Also that. Yeah, I got the receipts. Yeah. There's been no new tweets since the shirt change. That's right. That's right. The shirt had zero effect. Yep. So, guys, yeah, this could be nothing. But it could be something. It's kind of uncertain at this point. I'll tell you what's going on. Oh, here's a tweet from Max Evans. I think yeah, Ando, exactly. This my Hebes are GB'd, man. Freaking Max, dude, I love that guy. I'll take the I'll take the one that's just the couch screwer, please. I mean, no harm in that. There's harm in that other thing you mentioned. To be honest with you, am I wrong? You doing good, man? I get everything is crazy, but if you want to switch off, I think we'd get you. Guys, yeah, I don't know what to say here. I think that's the see, even Drummer agreed. He didn't say, you forgot to say please and thank you. Tim, look at my beanie propeller hat. You forgot to say please. Like, I think maybe we should pack it in for the night. You forgot to say please. I think the timeline split today for sure. You forgot to say please and thank you. I want to go see the Pope. Oops. Shouldn't have said that. Whoops. He didn't say thank you, man. I'm checking my messages. Give me 1 second. Aqualex, I'm just going to type it out. Your message is unlikely. It shows a very... doing that shows a lack of judgment, considering they just gave... Elon had a top secret security clearance. That, yeah, I don't think they would do that. That's why I don't think SpaceX is going to get nationalized either. I sent a spicy one. Dude, my inbox is exploding. Yeah, somebody linked that already, Balk. You sent it in a DM before, but Here. Yeah, here, some food for thought. This is from Trevor Scott, which he works at SpaceX. Check that out. Actually, I haven't followed him. Oh, nice, Vargon. You sure the pigtail post is true? I can't find it anywhere. I'm pretty sure, Dark Rue, that he may have deleted that post, but I don't know. Dread, I can't prove it, but I don't think that's what's going on. Space news. The president is not allowed to delete any posts. It could have been a meme then. We'll see. I don't know. I couldn't find it either for what it's worth. I had to have somebody link it to me. I've seen it, Aqualex. I saw it. I'm just, yeah, it's too hot, man. Yeah, Cats, go ahead, man. Repost it so people can see it. Are you even remotely worried that he could halt the Starship program? You know what? I suppose I'll say what I was just replying to Aqualex as guys, I don't think SpaceX will get nationalized. I don't think Elon will get deported. I don't think any of that stuff is going to happen. Do you know why? If they do any of that stuff and they try to make the claim that SpaceX is not no, we got to nationalize it. Elon doesn't know what he's doing. He has no idea how to run his company, et cetera, et cetera. Well, if they try to do that, well, wasn't that the guy that you said would fix everything in the government like last week? I think that would reflect extremely poor on judgment. And I don't think they would do it, to be honest with you. I think that shows extremely poor judgment. Like, okay, you deport, so say they want to deport Elon. They want to deport him back to South Africa or Canada or wherever. Say you want to do that. That's the guy you gave a top secret security clearance to. You gave that. You did. You gonna do it? All right. You're the guy that hired him, just saying. So, like I said, any talk about deportation or nationalizing SpaceX, I don't think that's going to happen for those reasons. They change their opinion on stuff daily. Yeah, but it's a lot of talk, Jack. It's a lot of talk. Talk is cheap. Does he have the power to not let SpaceX launch from there? Don't know, Gully. I don't think he'll do it. I don't think he'll do it. I really don't. Like I said, he'll probably pull the EV subsidy out of spite, but Tesla has said they don't need the EV subsidy. Elon has said that for a long time, so it would be a largely symbolic thing. If anything, that'll screw other EV companies and embolden Tesla, which is why Elon doesn't want. That's why he doesn't want it, because he thinks other EVs are getting an unfair advantage, and Elon wants to let the market do its thing with EVs, because EVs needs to grow naturally, not subsidized by the government, if we want them to be a normal thing other than Tesla. So Elon doesn't have any interest in having an EV subsidy, so I think he'll pull it. I don't think the president understands that. I don't think he understands that Elon does not want it. I think he thinks, he has an EV car company, pulling the EV subsidy is going to hurt him. So if he does do anything, I think he'll do that, and it's largely symbolic. If you really want my honest opinion, that is my opinion. I really don't think it's going to happen. It only hurts those who can't make money on EVs. Yeah. Sure. All right. There's plenty of space news for you on my head out. All right, Cheese. I'll see you, buddy. And, I mean, SpaceX is the same way, dudes. SpaceX does not need the Dragon contract. They are cash flow positive with Starlink. They don't need NASA contracts. They did need NASA contracts at some point. Not anymore though. They don't need that. If anything, in Elon's mind, they're burdening them. NASA's burdening SpaceX. If anything. I never thought those words would come out of my mouth. But here we are. Like I said, I think the government, there's much more benefit in terms of like mutual, like the cooperation there. There's much more benefit to the government with SpaceX doing stuff for them than the government's benefiting from SpaceX. Basically, to be very candid, yeah, okay, you pull all the contracts, have fun deorbiting the ISS. SpaceX is supposed to do that. Who else is going to do that? You're going to use Starliner to do that? How are you going to get crews? How are you going to get crews and supplies to the ISS? Cygnus? Okay, Cygnus, yeah, great. You send up a bunch of food up there. How are you getting people up there? If he did that, you basically kiss the ISS goodbye. But like I said, I don't think he would. Too much money involved. Cats, if that thread is the only source, the pigtail thing, I'm gonna remove from my explanation. Even if he did, judges would smack it down. Sure. I think it's a 24-hour crash out and nothing will really change. Lavitz, I agree. This is something I've noticed, dude. And I'm not above this myself either. I think tempers are running high lately. I think, since the pandemic, everybody's kind of antsy about things. And people are, you've seen a lot of people crashing out. You know what I mean? That's what the kids say, having basically a mental breakdown. I've seen a lot of that. I've seen it more and more over the last year and a half. I see it with people in chat, I myself have had times where even after Flight 9, I got pissed. I cursed Baron out on stream. I was like, I hate you. You suck. Baron, I don't think you suck. I mean, I kind of want to punch you in the stomach in Minecraft, though. In Minecraft. Ooh. But it's all good, bro. I love you. I can't hardly think of anything that would be more damaging for commercial industry as the whole than a launch provider refusing to launch missions for the government as part of a nakedly political spat. Yeah, that's what I mean, Baron. I think this is all talk, dude. I really do. I really think it's all talk. No doubt, I think it's not a secret anymore that Elon and Trump don't like each other, but... Wait, you play Minecraft? I haven't played Minecraft in a long time. Old Minecraft herd sound effects? Huh. Ooh. I don't know if you've seen this yet. Is this the NASA press secretary? Oh. Okay, this is the White House press secretary. Her name is Caroline Levitt. She's from New Hampshire, dude. I don't mind Elon turning against you. He's not turning against you. Whatever. I don't mind Elon turning against me, but he should have done so months ago. This is one of the greatest bills ever presented to Congress. It's a record cut in expenses, $1.6 trillion, and the biggest tax cut ever given. If this bill doesn't pass, there will be a 68% tax increase, and things will be far worse than that. I didn't create this mess. I'm just here to fix it. This puts our country on the path of greatness. Make America... Okay. Okay. Why? Okay, so if we're gonna play this game, guys, and I'm gonna be 100%, why? Why? I don't mind Elon turning against you, but he should have done some months ago. This is one of the greatest bills ever presented. Record cut in expenses. So why is Elon saying it's the opposite of that? That's my question. Why is he saying that it's not good? Why he's talking about increasing the budget deficit, right? It increases the budget deficit by $4 trillion. If it's a huge cut in expenses, are you guys talking about the same thing? Are you arguing over finer details? Are we trying to split hairs here? Why? If it's so damn good, why is he saying it's bad? That's my question there. If we're gonna be skeptical here, why? And why is every why is every Democrat saying it increased taxes by 98% on people? What are we talking about here? It seems like because everybody has a different opinion about this, and everybody that's a stakeholder in Congress or the president or whomever in the government is all reporting different things about this bill. So you know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like this bill has a lot of nonsense in it, and nobody freaking read it. They all read the clippings to it, certain pieces to it. That sounds like the bill has so much stuff in there that it obfuscates what it actually is supposed to do. That's what that sounds like to me. And I'll be honest with you, the closest thing out of all the explanations that we've heard about this, the closest thing to that exact thing is what Elon has said. Just saying. Does anybody read these bills? How are you going to pass a 12,000 page bill in one day? How are you going to do that? It seems like people are ramrodding these things through, and there's so much nonsense in there because it's deal after deal after deal after deal after deal after deal. The original purpose of said bill gets obfuscated. It doesn't even have its purpose anymore. The Patriot Act. The Patriot Act has nothing to do with patriotism. Chat, you said it. Musk ever chickened out? No, Bond. That's Miko. That's main engine cutoff. You got it. You got the acronym wrong. Like I said, fellas, I'm not ignorant to what goes on in politics. I read about it and I study it. I just don't talk about it with you. Except for today. That's the only way that things can pass, sadly. How about we, I don't know, try to, make them simple enough so everybody can understand it. And during the few moments that we have left, we're going to talk right down to earth in a manner that everybody here can easily understand. It probably is, Joe. They're trying to get it done before the midterms, dude. That's what's going on. There was a bill a couple weeks ago. At the time, it was only 47 pages, but I guess it really blew up. Johnson suspended House rules concerning time to read it. Dems always complain about tax cuts bills, so that's nothing really. The main issue is the pork and the trickery surrounding the calculations of what's cut, deficits, etc., etc. Yeah, goalie, exactly. I don't think anybody here is particularly ignorant to this game. Yeah, like I said, you want to know how I disseminate politics? You guys really want to know? I'm just going to tell you how I do it. We're not becoming a political commentary stream. This is the one day I will allow it, but look, I try to use a little bit of common sense, like with this bill. He says it's one of the greatest bills ever. It's not the greatest bill. It's clearly not. There's a bunch of people that are saying that this is wrong. So they're all saying it's wrong for different reasons. So that tells me that either they're all trying to get you to think a certain way, or in their own interpretation it's wrong, or they didn't read the bill and everybody just got press clippings of it and is overreacting. Where that line becomes solidly demarcated, I don't know. But that really, the biggest red flag in my mind there is that nobody's read the entire bill. Nobody's read the entire bill, and that's probably by design. Yep. So in that regard, knowing Elon, he probably did, or at least saw some of it that he didn't like. Just saying. Hey, other side, we can see you. Not looking good. 2 days this year, politics has been allowed. I don't like talking about politics, Laotian. I don't, and neither should you. But also at the same time, if it has to do with spaceflight policy, and I think despite the despite the verbose things that were said today, it still could potentially have an effect on space. So I'm obligated as being objective, as somebody that people listen to tell you guys what's going on. I don't like doing it, but that's the job. I don't know supersonic retropropulsion. I don't understand what's going on there. I'm not from the US. When does the hustle for the midterms begin? Typically, I know they're in 2026. Orange, the hustle for the midterms begins right after the president gets elected. That's how they do things over here. You do have good opinions, EJ. Brown nosing here. I would expect you guys to give me the same courtesy of being objective, and I appreciate it, Belted. But yes. iSpace update. iSpace. Hang on. So this is an update here. At this moment, we've been not yet able to establish communication with Resilience, but iSpace engineers and mission control are continuing to work to contact the lander. We will share an update with the latest information in a media announcement in the next few hours. Thank you for your patience. Guys, it crashed into the ground. All right? It crashed into the ground. We're going through formalities here at this point. It crashed into the ground. That sucks. It sucks that it crashed into the ground. I don't want to see commercial companies fail with landing on the moon. That's not cool. But also at the same time, it crashed into the ground. Build another one. Send it. Let's go. I just appreciate how impartial you are with these things. It's my job, Matt. Oh, there you go, John. Yeah, there you go, Rage. Yeah, NG, do nothing, win. Learn from it and move on. That's the mentality you need with spaceflight. I said it right after it crashed, and then they just sat there kind of going. You have to be unrelenting with spaceflight. Can't take your foot off the gas, or else that's the true failure. Truth Social has crashed from all the traffic surge, and in doing so, accidentally created a hauntingly poignant image. This isn't right, dudes. It doesn't have to be like this.
EJ, you are doing a good job of walking the narrow line today. Yes, you need to talk about it.
Yeah, and Capping,
no,
we just got home from work, so forgive me if this has been talked
about. Be well, stay safe.
To the hilt, but has the interview with Jared been covered? Uncapping, we're way past that, homie. The Isaacman nomination being pulled has led to just... Bro, here, just look. That's not happening, goalie. To be fair, some of the founding fathers bickered like old women, too.
Oh,
that's fair.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
No, not at all, King. I'm not worried about Starship. SpaceX is cash flow positive with Starlink. Don't worry about it. Like I said, guys, it's probably just blowharding, if I had to guess. It's probably just blowharding. That's probably what's going on. Like I said, I think Trump will probably pull the EV subsidy to say that, look, I stuck it to Elon, look, like I stuck it to, but Tesla doesn't need that. He'll probably say that and then give himself a pat on the back, but it's largely symbolic at this point. Hey, come here. You remember how I said the president's budget proposal won't hold water? There's no way it'll go through in Congress. There you go. This part. See this part right here and that part over there? Yeah. See what I'm talking about? Told you. Yeah, no problem, Pat. Explain. Alleviate. I said yesterday, in yesterday's Space News, that the president's budget proposal that guts NASA by like $4 billion probably won't hold. That's probably not going to hold water. Well, one, Congress won't let that happen. They won't let the gravy train stop, if you want to be cynical about it. What most likely is going on is that budget proposal was proposed with the idea of Rook running NASA, something that's absolutely not happening at this point. So I said one of two things are going to happen. Either Congress is going to basically say, nah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that at all. Fund all these programs, piss off, which is exactly what happened, which is exactly why we got SLS in the first place. Or, depending on the president's new nomination for NASA administrator, right? Depending on the new nomination for NASA administrator, a new budget proposal will be put forth. Because you remember, the budget proposal, as it stands right now from the president, calls for getting rid of SLS after Artemis 3. Now, unless Artemis 3 happens in 2026, 27, 28, or 29, I highly doubt that that means, this money is being put forward with the expectation of launching twice over the next 4 years. But it's possible. But I highly doubt that that's what's going on. Either way, SLS isn't going anywhere. I said that yesterday. So, good news on a heaping pile of shit. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Look, read this part. Public Law 167, 17, the procurement, transportation, integration, operation, and other necessary expenses for Space Launch System for Artemis missions 4 and 5. There you go. So yeah, don't worry about that. In fact, that's what I think at this moment in time. I think that NASA is about to get a huge increase in funding. That huge increase in funding might be despite Elon at this point, but, whatever. SLS isn't going anywhere. We know that's the problem. Okay. Guys, it's been a day. I'm encouraged by this, but I still can't square this mattering to Big Orange any more than all of the other similarly mandated funding it's been withholding out of spite. Yeah, it's definitely something you can't help but think about in the back of your mind, Aqualix, for sure. I'm gonna go get ice cream.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Cardiac, give this up to Vert 9. Thanks, man. Once again, guys, I really don't like doing this. I don't like doing it. It feels so dirty and disgusting. This has to do with space, so I'm obligated to do it. I don't This is gross. It doesn't. I think I'll end space news with this, guys. Please, just remember. Like, look, it doesn't need to be this way. If anybody's younger and watching this stream, this is not the norm. Politics wasn't always like this. It wasn't like this. There were a time where people could see eye to eye. Like you don't see eye to eye on things, but you can still come to an agreement. We're not at each other's throats. This is not normal. Okay? This is not a thing that you need to partake in. That's very important to understand, because it very much seems like, with the incessant divisiveness that gets promoted through social media, through the news, through whatever, that you have to participate in, it's us versus them, or D versus R, or, whatever, right? Like, you don't have to, you shouldn't be ignorant of what's going on with politics. But you shouldn't bury your head in the sand about this stuff. But please understand, just because someone disagrees with you about something does not mean that they hate you. Does not mean that, don't take it as a personal attack. There was a time where we could just come together. There's a time where we could just come together, even though we disagree about stuff. Everybody here agrees about space, right? And we have people from all walks of life watching this stream from all around the world. It doesn't have to be this way. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is not the norm. We've carried on for 250 years, at least if you're American, we carried on for 250 years prior to this without doing any of this nonsense. It doesn't have to be this way. All right? So remember that next time you're about to go at somebody's throat for something that they said that you didn't like. Okay? Just remember that. It doesn't have to be this way. We don't have to do this. We don't have to participate in this nonsense. Like I said, that doesn't mean you should be ignorant of politics either. But also, remember, it doesn't need to be this thing. You could still be civil with people that you don't agree with. It doesn't have to be this way. That's what kills me about this. It doesn't have to be like this. This is so unnecessary. That's what bums me out about this. And you think about this. All this bickering, all this nonsense, if half of this stuff comes true, where the space program could see we could see a huge shift in what happens with the space program. But at the very least, this is wasting time. All these gyrations, all this stuff, all this bickering, all this hyperbole, all this going back and forth with each other about this stuff. There's just the arguments, right, that are going on here. At the very least, this is just wasting time. This is impeding our progress to get to the moon, to get to Mars. Remember that. Remember that next time you want to get at somebody's throat because they said something you didn't like. Remember that. It doesn't need to fucking be this way. This is not normal. Okay? It's not. This is not how adults act. Okay? This is not how adults act. This is ridiculous. Okay? So just keep on keeping on, okay? Just consider that, please. This is not normal. You do not need to participate in this nonsense. You can disagree with somebody, and that's fine. But that doesn't mean you have to be a prick about it, okay? That's my job. So fuck you. No. Just remember that, okay? I'm going to get ice cream. I advise you all to do the same, all right? Thank you very much for watching, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll be on early to work on the car before Flame Trench. Man, is that going to be fun. Oh, boy. I'll see you guys then. Enjoy the rest of your day. And thank you very much for watching, okay? Oh, come on, man. What? I'm leaving.